charity event number 5. We are number 5. It's like a middle anniversary. Sorry. Now I pass the word to Anton to tell us why we're here. What are we doing here
Okay,
today?
okay, guys. We have very dynamic format. 10 minutes for Steve and half an hour for every single speaker after that. So and I've done it so many times. I'll just say this is SEO and charity together. So if you just learn SEO from here, it don't donate, no problem. If you donate, please do donate here. And those money will go to right now we support five shelters, cat and dog shelters in Ukraine. It's about 300 animals, give or take. Probably it's enough to. Yes, Steve, exactly. Probably it's enough. We do want, if you want to be a regular sponsor, it's $10 a month, just $10 for 2 coffees. So depends where you are. We also will send you a T-shirt like that. And we don't use we use our own money to I use our own money to print this T-shirt. So just say it in live chat. We'll send you a link. Okay, I guess Steve, it's all yours.
I'm just present. Oh, the donation. I've moved.
I can move you again.
Yeah, I need to share my presentation, and it's been blocked since we went live. I can't share now. I don't know, Alicia, if you can free me. There we go. That looks good. Brilliant. Well, hello, everyone. I don't know how many people are in the YouTube session, or if you're watching afterwards, thank you for joining. And there's loads of stuff coming up. I'm the kind of the warm-up guy, so everyone after me is good, okay? I'm just doing the warm-up bit. I'm going to give you reasons to donate first, though. Number one, no poor should be forgotten. This is what's on the website. And, you know, we're raising money here to save the lives of cats and dogs that are suffering in Ukraine. So think about that. You've got some great experts for free here today. There's Dawn. She's in the chat underneath me. Dawn's up next. Jan, Corey, Begum, Barry, Amanda, Lauren, Ellen with some really high-end stuff. So if anything, you should donate to thank them. Third thing is, it's my birthday today. So, you know, my birthday wish is you hit that button, that button down there, and donate for me. There's another reason you should donate. This is Sammy. And unfortunately, while I was writing, this is 10 years ago when he was just a little baby. Unfortunately, while I was writing this report on Tuesday, he passed away. Unfortunately, Sammy's gone. So if you want to do it for Sammy, that would be great as well. There's Sammy. He was in the last presentation, SEO Pause, I think number 1 or 2 we did. All right, let's crack on, because I've got 3 things to show you. I've got some trends. I've got some stuff about charities. Then I've got a little sort of process at the end that might be useful for your work. Let's have a few look at a few trends in cat, well, mainly cat care. Cat and dog care I've been looking at. We have some tools at Systrix that allow us to highlight some trends. And the first one that came up was this one. This was in the last one, Year's Dog Food. I don't know if anyone was on the last live stream, but I was questioning why the hell would anyone buy or want to buy a Year's dog food? I since found out that Year's is a brand. So Year's is a brand. Year's dog food is not 1 year of dog food. It's a brand. And that search volume there, you can see, that's UK. You can see the rising search volume from 2022, I think, 24, and then a recent rise there. Their website has been doing quite well. So Year's dog food. If you're looking for a blueprint for success there, have a look at Year's dog food, because that's quite interesting. Best kitten food. There's an interesting, very large rise that's happened in the last few months. Now, maybe people watching and in the chat can help me, because that looks like an Instagram, TikTok-y type rise to me. You don't go for 5 years on a flat search volume and then all of a sudden it changes. So something must have happened. A movie, Instagram, TikTok. TikTok usually generates some sort of trends like that. And best isn't a brand. That is genuinely people looking for the best kitten food, as far as I know. If someone knows differently, please let me know. Another one, cat window bed. This has been going on for a few years, and I'm smiling because The way the cat's looking on that one, he's saying, listen, last time it fell down, you took a video and you put it on YouTube. For God's sake, don't do it again. Because you know those little suckers don't work right. They last for about 6 months, those little suckers on the window, and then they fall off. So if you want a good YouTube video, I reckon one of these, plus one of those sort of cameras, one of those animal cameras that run 24/7, you can get one of those. 700 searches per month in the UK for this. But if you take the whole environment, all the keywords that are ranking for all the URLs that appear in the top 10, you come up with about 3,000 searches per month on Google UK. You can see the rising trend there. If you want to get involved with the cat window bed market, that might be one to get involved in. But it's double that on Amazon. And that Amazon search volume topic is something I want to talk about now, because it's important to understand searches on Amazon versus searches on Google, chatbots, anything else, because there may be an elephant in the room. In this case, I want to show you a product that's selling 81,000 sales a month on Amazon Co. UK. It is good old friend B001MZV300, of course, Catsan Hygiene Plus Cat Litter White 20 litre, 81,000 sales a month. And in fact, Amazon have had the buy box for this for most of the 5 years that it's happened. There it is. But I want to show you, I want to just mention the search volumes on that, because the search volumes on Amazon are absolutely huge compared to Google. That's not the only thing that has a huge search volume on Amazon versus search in general. They might have a competitor coming up, because I noticed World's Best Cat Litter, and this is a brand. This is not just the World's Best Cat Litter. This is World's Best Cat Litter. And you can see 750 a month rising recently on Google, 2,300 on Amazon. There are some things on Amazon that really have, search volumes that are 10x what you find on Google. And it's important to just check those search volume figures, because it might be that people are going direct to Amazon for those things. Cat litter is a classic. AA batteries is another one as well. Here's an example. Cat food on Google, 6,050 a month. That's in the UK. 73,000 on Amazon Co. UK. That's a huge volume. Other big sellers I mentioned AA batteries, I mentioned cat litter, water filter cartridges. That's nothing to do with cat stuff, but they sold 22,000 of those. Begins with B, the brand, the water filters, 22,000 of those last month. And something that sold 30,000 last month was Maybelline Mascara Lash Sensational Sky High Volumizing and Thickening Eyelash Lengthening Flake 3 Formula Washable Mascara infused with bamboo extract full volume mascara color black. So that was selling 30,000 last month. So Amazon data is important. Do check your Amazon data. All right. Right. This is important. AIO exposure. If you're looking at shares, right? You have fundamentals you look at. Well, AI exposure, to me, that is the percentage of a domain's ranking keywords that have an AIO against them, is a very important fundamental to analyze before you evaluate the real true value of a domain. And I want to mention charity websites. Now, Barry is on later, and he's probably going to talk about news websites. But I want to mention specifically charity websites because the thing they do is they're present for those in need, and they're present also for those who might be able to donate. And in the digital world, a lot of those charities have been using the classic content SEO strategy to brand content that people might be using for. So something's going off in my head. That's my little timer in the background. Sorry. What I want to highlight here is that Google, and specifically Google, when you're talking about AIO, are actually stealing from the charities. I can't call it steering, but it's like if a charity was to set up at a trade show and then Google was to put a stand right in front of them and say, oh, by the way, we've got the information you need. You don't need to go behind us. And therefore the charity is unable to convert any visitors into donations. 50.4% across the RSPCA's domain, that's the Royal Society for Prevention to Cruelty to Animals, have an AI across the top of the SERP. And in their informative section, the bit that they use to attract customers, they put a bit of branding on there, and they hope that customers will get a good feeling and donate 75.3% of their traffic. We've just published some figures on CTR, the effects of CTR when an AIO is there. The QR code is there if you want to see the report. But it's down by 60% on position 1 when an AIO is there. Overall, the chance of the click drops by 42% in page 1 of a SERP when the AIO is there. What does that mean for RSPCA? It means they've lost 250,000 clicks per month to AIO. AI bros, charities need help. You need to pay them because you're taking away the thing they need to get donations. And the other thing to mention is that Anton's doing, and Elena's doing a great job here, because this method here, putting content live in front of people, is one way to get through that sort of AIO barrier. So RSPCA, if you ever get to see this video, you need to do what Anton is doing. A little one we had last time, I talked about this, which is the 20 cents bottle of bits and pieces of ingredients. And I said my advice was not to spend 13 euros on this, but to buy the ingredients and give the 12 euros and 80 cents to SEO for Paws. The domain actually did quite well following that. I don't claim any responsibility for that, but actually at the end of the day, the domain died and it's now dropped off of Shopify. What can we learn from that? Don't try and put 20 cents of ingredients in a glass bottle and sell it for 13 euros. We know what you're trying to do. Be honest and transparent, people. Right. I'm going to quickly go through this next bit. The next 6 slides, the last 6 slides, are about a small process of getting keywords together, analyzing those, and coming out with top URLs that work in both organic and in chatbots, finding the blueprints for success. So I took 1,828 informational keywords for cat care. I tried to get Gemini to make an image based on those keywords. It failed. We've got all sorts of rubbish in there. Systrix, pests, cat ameli. I don't know what's going on there, but don't try and use Gemini to do word clouds. But I put that through our list processor, and we came up with some top domains. I like that list because it's quite diverse. We've got Reddit in there. We would probably expect it for anything that's informative right now. But we've got Cornell University in there as well, Purina, a brand, a couple of charities, and Pet Plan. I would imagine that's a commercial. I haven't looked into that. But we can also analyze the URLs and have a look what the top URLs are. You may not be able to read that on your screen right now if you're on a mobile, but trust me, there are 10 very, very good out of 12,702 URLs, very, very good URLs. These are blueprints for success. So if you're not into keeping up with all the stuff that's going on LinkedIn, go out and find the blueprints for success. Build on those, and you'll get a good idea of what's working. The other thing we can do, when we take all the SERPs for those 8,700 keywords, we can find the top questions, and we can put those into a prompt monitoring tool. And I like this way because it doesn't introduce any bias to the process. A lot of people are using AI for prompt generation or brainstorming, which is a terrible bias method of creating prompts. There are a couple of cases where you might want to do that. But anyway, and there's one interesting one in there. Is it okay to leave a cat alone for 4 days? Yeah, I don't think so. What does the chat say? Anyway, you chuck those questions into a prompt tracker. Systrix just happens to have one. And I processed those, and I've come out with the top URLs again. Now, the interesting thing is, how do these top URLs compare to the organic top URLs? Is there any crossover? There is. 80% of those URLs appeared in the top 100 for the organic URLs. So those ones with yes there are not only great for organic, they're great for chatbots as well. So this intersection of, top URLs on organics, on chatbots is a great way for you to start looking for blueprints for success and a great way to get yourself kicked off with stuff that you know is working. The domains also showing some overlap there. There's out of the top 10 on both, 60% overlap. And again, we've got brands, we've got Reddit, and we've got charities in there. Right, that's bringing me to the end. What have we learned? We've learned that top URLs are your blueprints for success, that Amazon data is important, and that charities need your help. And that's why you're going to click that little QR code right now, and please help the charity that Anton and Olenia are supporting today. Stay tuned. Dawn is up next. Sammy says, flex your credit card right now. Thanks, everyone, and enjoy your sessions over the next few hours.
It's even 4 hours. Thank you so much, Steve. It was delightful to hear you. We are going to have many more speakers. Next is Dawn, as you told us. And right now we have just a very brief session of a video clip.
Enterprise technology is full of off-the-shelf solutions that weren't built for you, leading to AI initiatives that stall, digital workflows that don't stick. Talk brings together specialist marketers and engineers who understand both the technology and your commercial reality. From AI-ready data infrastructure and CDN solutions to AI-powered SEO workflows built around how you work. If your organization is ready for a team that gets it, contact Talk today.
Hello, Dawn, once again. And welcome. Dawn is technical SEO, very, very, very famous, and knows so many things about informational retrieval, about Google, about everything, how it works, how works AI search, and she's going to tell us about why information retrieval still powers AI search. Also, Dawn is managing director of Bertie, and it's a boutique consultancy based in Manchester, UK, and she specializes in such things, very advanced things that nobody else knows about. Like you'll get a ton of knowledge today. Be prepared. Take your notes.
Thank you, Alicia, and thank you everybody. I'm looking forward to doing this talk, and thank you for the opportunity. So I am hopefully going to be able to share my presentation with you now, and away we go. Bear with me a sec. Hopefully. Oh. How do I? Is it sharing? Am I sharing it there? Yeah. Is it sharing? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, everything's fine.
Yeah. So everything old is new again. Why information retrieval still powers AI search? Because as Alicia has already explained, this is who I am. Don't need to really go over that again. The big thing, of course, is that, and what really matters today, I am a pet lover, Pomeranian lover. These are my two little pooches, Bert and Ted. Anybody who knows me will have been bombarded with all the spam photographs from them from over the years. You know, as I say, we're here today to raise money for these animals in Ukraine, so please give generously. Right, okay, so as I say, why information retrieval still powers AI search. I'm going to come into a definition of AI information retrieval very shortly. Not everybody makes a connection between that and search, or AI search and classic search, but really we're facing a whole ton of bombardment around, oh, well, SEO is changing and it's not the same, and geo is totally different, and EIEIO is here to stay, and so on and so forth. So it's not quite as straightforward as that, and I'm going to explain why. The bottom line is information retrieval, so search as we know it, has been pretty much, apart from some evolutions over time, it's pretty much been the same paradigm for many, many years since it was launched, all the, post-World War. Coming from library science originally, it was very much just index, retrieve, rank. That was it. Just fairly standard paradigm. 2023, everything changed. Things started to move very much towards what they call generative information retrieval. Hence, part of the reason why we now have the generative engine optimization name, and so on and so forth. And that actually just come from an academic paper. People throw it around. We have the geo bros and so forth that people refer to. And we do get a lot of misinformation flying around. The bottom line is this: AI search as we know it and as it's going to become is standing on very strong shoulders. going from old school library science through to now this future of modern search and so forth with knowledge rather than documents as such. And obviously, as I say, 2023 and so forth, it started to emerge. And then obviously we've had all these different models. ChatGPT obviously blew things wide open. Gemini, Google tried to catch up, and now they're almost like moving ahead. It's very exciting times, but at the same time, as I say, we're going through a really, really steep learning curve as we go on along. Part of the problem is as well is that unfortunately we all presume that all LLMs are all knowing, despite some of the things we see, such as glue your cheese on your pizza and run with scissors and so on and so forth. Obviously, we know that unfortunately the bottom line is there are hallucinations, which is the Achilles heel of LLMs. And for quite a long time in the information retrieval world, the world behind search, there was almost like this worry that, with the launch of ChatGPTs and LLMs, which came from the world of natural language processing post BERT, that all of a sudden they wouldn't actually need search, they wouldn't need traditional search. But actually, once they started to realize that the Achilles heel of LLMs is that they just make stuff up, suddenly they came to be a reason why search and LLMs had to work together totally. And part of the reason for that is what they call the knowledge cutoff problem, because LLMs work off what they call closed book training, which is they take a corpus of data or whatever, a repository of data, huge, they train it and learn it based on this closed book. Like a closed book exam is never going to give you answers that are not in the book. So ultimately, that is not enough. We know that, for instance, 15% of searches every day are new to Google, even to this day. Why is that so? Because real world events are continuously happening. They've never happened before. Yeah. So that cannot be solved at this moment in time by LLMs because they don't have that data. So they need to rely on search. And this is where we come in, obviously. We are not without a job. The data needs to be grounded in the real world facts, real world knowledge graphs, and so on and so forth. Sense. It needs to be given sense because it will just make stuff up because it's all around probabilistic determination, just guessing. Yeah. Enter RAG, retrieval augmented generation, which ties together traditional search, knowledge graphs, and so on and so forth. Lots and lots of repositories of real world data, solid data, known facts, and LLMs. It's between them and variations, they work together to provide something that is much more successful and we can look forward to into the future. But in reality, it is the R in RAG which does the heavy lifting, which is the retrieval. The generation is at the end, the thing that it spits out, the thing that we see. But without the R, the retrieval side, getting the content from search or from knowledge graphs and so on and so forth, it's worthless. So actually the R is doing the heavy lifting in the first place. So to take you back, what is information retrieval? For those of you who don't really know, it's not necessarily something that you're always going to see every day mentioned in SEO, but it is actually the fundamentals of everything we know as search. I mean, it's literally search. It's the whole science behind search. So it's the computer science behind search as we know it. There is many new specialisms within the field. It has close relatives and offspring and siblings in natural language processing. Another area that IR engineers work in is recommender systems. And the likes of Google Discover is actually a recommender system. You don't go searching in Google Discover. Google Discover recommends content to you in the same way as Netflix and Spotify base things on your past viewing or things that you've asked to be shown again and so forth. That's a recommender system as well. And then obviously AI search and generative information retrieval are also subfields of IR, and obviously then knowledge graphs and so on and so forth. Everything is connected, even though it's just one banner. In the same way as we have local SEO, technical SEO, digital PR, and so forth, they're just all parts. And AI search, it's all part of the same family of disciplines. So as I say, originally it went from right back in the days, Loon's work, which was around library science and so forth, post-war, wanted to find ways of organizing. It was post-war equipment and so forth, actually. Then eventually we started with the Alta Vistas and the Google PageRank. Everybody Well, maybe everybody doesn't actually remember the green bar. There's some of us who have been around in SEO a long time will remember seeing a green PageRank bar and wanting it to update to a higher score every time the PageRank algorithm got updated. That was early days, and obviously now, it's not even recognizable. But it just continues to go on, and it's been dead many times, but it just keeps going. So what about the architecture of AI search? Well, I'll show you how it's actually just evolving rather than totally different. This is the modern AI search pipeline. Obviously, ingestion of data, the index on the classic side, query processing across both AI search and across traditional classic search engines, retrieval, augmentation on one side, etc. Classic search, obviously not needing the augmentation as such. Query fan out is a huge part of the augmentation to just pad it out with more understanding. And then a big thing that happens across classic search and to some extent possibly feeding into LLMs, the re-ranking stages, which is the heavy lifting of refinement based on the context of the searcher in the top, like moving around the top results that have been fetched, and obviously then generation. Obviously, data ingestion, as I say, it's pulling everything in, knowledge graphs, LLMs, sorry, not LLMs, HTML, PDF, whatever it can gather, pulling it all together in the first place. And then obviously one of the big differences between LLMs and classic search is the context window. The fact that actually LLMs work off these tiny windows. And we see a lot of people saying, oh, let's go and chunk our content and make it into tiny pieces so that LLMs will be able to retrieve it. Google says don't do that, and I'm with them on that. The reason being is that ultimately, at some point in the future, they are going to be able to understand fully how to chunk for humans, if you like. So if we start going off chunking things, it's almost going to become the keyword spam, the spam, if you like, of modern search. So we don't need to go too far because we look like we try too hard. We want things to be natural. Yeah. And as I say, how do we know also which method search engines are using? There's many different types of chunking, so many different types. There's like word level chunking, there's token level chunking, there's like sentence level, paragraph level, whole page level, depending on the compute that they have available. But also they have semantic chunking as well that takes a full context into consideration versus breaking it at a point where it just makes no sense. So we can't guess at that. Stay human, do content still for humans. And then obviously there is this other big aspect. Well, metadata. I'm not talking about descriptions as such and that kind of thing. I'm talking about the labeling of content, things like structured data schema. The importance of metadata has never been more important. Yeah. If that makes sense. Yeah. The reason being is that chunks actually can have metadata aligned with them. So actually this is where they become more sensical, and then they're able to understand much more around unstructured data. So actually it's really important. And obviously the concept of indexing and storage is different to some extent with modern day search. Classic search obviously is one way, and now obviously we have AI search. I'll just run you past it in case you've never come across lexical search. Obviously, people new to the industry don't necessarily always know how an index works other than what they see in search results. But it literally is this. It's literally like you break a document down, take the words, and they just have them stored somewhere. This the old traditional storage of Word with a document and so forth. But vector databases, they're different. What they do is they actually take mathematical equations and they break down where a word sits in, if you like, a graph of semantic meaning. It comes down to like closeness and geometry almost, and they literally place them into a virtual space. So it's much more complex than it was previously. So this is how it works, like an embedding turns text into numbers. So it's totally different, but that's not to say that an inverted index doesn't still exist. But presumably there's like ultimately there is a hybrid version of all of these things, yeah, because there's a cost involved as well. Hybrid search will combine things that are still very cheap, like keyword search, because really a search engine doesn't need AI to understand when somebody's looking for a brand, whereas they might need to understand long and complex queries and so forth. So they'll use heavy lifting of vector search, meaning search, semantic search, where there is ambiguity. Yeah. So it's a combination of this hybrid approach. And obviously, it's the same with query processing. This is not different. It's just evolution. Classic search was very much around stemming, using one word and adding ing on the end, or slow to slowly, and, play to playing, extending words and saying, well, these mean the same, or a synonym, car, vehicle, motor, they're all the same. Now, AI search, different. It's expanding out queries, it's rewriting queries, it's using AI to expand. We have query fan out as well, for instance, that takes a query and expands that out to have all kinds of subtopics connected together in a way that packs out relevance. And then obviously we have AI search also around how to handle conversational ambiguity. Query rewriting in the back of a chat bot, for instance, will work out whether the CEO is he, she, whatever your pronoun is, it'll work it out, basically. Pronoun resolution, context, understanding, and so forth. Ambiguity is still the biggest challenge for LLMs and search engines. And as I said, this is just an example of context expansion, query expansion to include context. Likely what's happening with query fan out. It's not new, it's just being reframed in a different way. This is what it looks like, your queries, subqueries, and so forth. All designed to help understand the intent. And as we know, we have the classic navigational, informational, transactional. They're still there, they're still the mainstay. Search engines don't need expensive, heavy lifting AI search to understand a navigational query, possibly more so with informational and so forth. So it's just different approaches, yeah. And they also have quite a lot of advanced RAG queries, RAG techniques that are starting to come in now. For instance, there's this one called self-querying retrieval. If you look it up, you'll learn about it. It's an advanced RAG technique. What they do is they try and understand what are the top 5 queries that might go with the prompt, or what are the top 5 results that might be returned for a prompt, and then they tie that in to whatever the prompt may be. But also they do something around this is where the metadata comes in as well. They try to reduce hallucinations by pulling out this data around the year in this context. So it's self-querying retrieval. Look it up. There's a lot of really, really interesting techniques that are going on in the IR space to try and improve on hallucinations. And obviously, we know about the core concepts around retrieval and ranking. The classic, gone on forever, precision versus recall. It's huge still. It still drives everything. Precision. Out of all the documents that we retrieve, how many were actually useful? Yeah. So that's like the top queries. That's like your top 5 results. Yeah. Out of all, and recall is like, what did they fetch in the first place? Because the way that it works is they fetch, they send a big fishing net out, bring back loads, and then eventually they just pick a few fish out there. It's ranking and re-ranking. Recall, precision. Yeah. So this has been massive, and it's always been there. Classic IR, still there now in AI search. And obviously, they still have some classic information retrieval algorithms. This is still donkey's years old. BM25, an algorithm that just still, some people even say, hey, BM25 is still better than some of the re-ranking and high-level AI search rankings, better than BERT and so forth. Yeah, so, these things are still the classics still matter. Standard SEO still matters. But again, now, more recent semantic similarity, k-nearest neighbors. There's another one, that FaceSpec AI similarity search, hierarchical navigable small world graphs. These are all very advanced AI search techniques that utilize vectors versus classic stuff, but they're not going to be used all the time because they're quite expensive. Yeah. So this is all just evolution. Yeah. And there's also flaws within everything, even vector search flaws. A dog chasing a cat is semantically in more or less the same place as a cat chasing a dog. Do they mean the same? They 100% do not mean the same. So negation, for instance, is flawed in vector search. Yeah. So there's issues with exact phrasing, part numbers, and so forth. And nothing is perfect. Yeah. We're all still learning. So the winning combination is hybrid search. Old classic, semantic matching together, getting the best of everything and keep improving upon it. Yeah. This is why there's no way that these two fields, geo and SEO, are different, because, I mean, I'm not saying they're not different. I'm saying that they work together. Everything works together. Yeah. And there's also other approaches, reciprocal rank fusion, which is basically where they take different approaches, like BM25, and they'll take like vector search, and they will combine the best of everything. So this is, again, another advanced RAG technique. So these are all like modern approaches. And as I said, I explained briefly before what retrieval and re-ranking is. Yeah, 2-stage, classic stuff. Yeah, and they also have cascading re-ranking. There's all kinds of methods. We don't really know the half of it. And then again, there's other approaches as well. Cross encoders versus bi-encoders. These are also being utilized. Vector search is using bi-encoders, and re-ranking is using cross encoders. So again, lots of techniques happening in the background. Yeah, that is much more on the AI search side of things. Learning to rank has been around a really long time, using machine learning to optimize ranking, training a model. Yeah. I suppose to some extent you might say this is like, oh, this is where people say, oh, clicks influence rankings. But it's actually not that. It's about learning what actually influenced people's search behavior and click behavior, and then training models based on what queries meant what intent people had, and so forth, tuning everything from the learnings. Yeah. And then there's some more really, really advanced techniques. Sometimes these are a little bit open to manipulation. We have to be very careful of them. But they're probably going on in the background of really advanced RAG stuff, where they're basically trying to take the context, as I touched on briefly before, understanding what the top pages are around a query, and then injecting it into LLMs. Yeah. So I wouldn't say this is particularly being done at a public level, but certainly in enterprise LLMs or chatbots in the background. But again, it just illustrates that there's all kinds of techniques going on that we don't know about necessarily as SEOs, but they're happening out there. Yeah. Another quirk of how LLMs read context. Yeah. There's something called the lost in the middle phenomenon, which is they understand the start of content, they understand the end of content, but the middle goes very vague. So we have to be, to some extent, mindful of that when we're producing content, to some extent as well, or doing prompts. You know, these are all just really like quirks that we need to take into consideration. Yeah. And obviously we do know, for instance, that citation and provenance is increasingly important. There's an issue to some extent with trust still with LLMs. They still make so much up. Citation is a big deal. And obviously I know that people are going a bit nuts at the minute, trying to be on these best lists and so forth. So to some extent, the citations are a little bit weak. Maybe they'll get absolutely battered in this current spam update that's rolling out as of this morning. I feel that that's not a tactic that's going to win out in the long term. But, you know, hopefully we should see a lot of these things improving over time. There's also something that's happening in the background around LLMs, which is, you know, streaming answers to improve perceived latency. When you see an LLM return an answer, it looks very much like a typewriter typing. It's because it's quite slow when you compare it with classic SEO. Sending a result back is just comes out like a typewriting. Yeah. So that's also going on in the background as well. And also we think they're trying to improve fallback strategies. In reality, an LLM should turn around and say, hey, I don't know the answer to that. You know, if we've ever seen the phishing, whatever it is, that Gruffalo-y type thing, when there's no search result, it shows the fishing rod person, creature. Well, LLMs don't seem to be very good at saying, I don't know. It will just make stuff up. So that's a big area that they need to improve on, of course. Yeah. But what about evaluation, which is the hardest part of AI search? Well, we know, for instance, that we have what they call classic IR metrics. And they use things like what they call mean reciprocal rank, normalized discounted cumulative gain, mean average precision. It's working out, you know, what came back when they're evaluating results, when they're seeing how good an algorithm is, how many results did they get correct that are deemed to be relevant, and how many were not correct. So these are some of the metrics that they use in traditional search. But with LLMs, the difference is the RAG frameworks have to come into it as well. There's something called RAGAS, which literally looks at what was returned through RAG in a similar way, but it's using different metrics. And then you have other tools coming out now, such as evaluating and tracing whether an AI agent produced the right response and so forth. So there's all kinds of exciting things happening in the background. Yeah. So ultimately, the RAG evaluation is, was it good context that was retrieved? Because obviously context is 1% so important there. Did the LLM stick to the context in the first place, or did it go off on one? And did it actually answer the user's question in the first place? And then obviously, years ago I wrote about LLM as a judge because it did look like at one point Google were probably going to bin off, or all search engines were going to bin off human quality raters. And there was a big hoo-ha about them making a lot of people redundant at the quality rater companies. Didn't happen. The reason is obviously LLM as a judge is not there yet. So the jury's kind of out on, they did definitely need human guardrails, but they are now at the stage where they're perhaps using more powerful models to grade models. So they've got LLM as the judge of results, yeah, and then humans obviously interjecting, yeah. And then obviously none of this works without creating great data sets. So they have to have great data sets in the first place. The whole baseline for all evaluation, whether it's classic search or LLMs, AI search, whatever, is all about making sure they have great data sets in the first place. What about the future? Well, certainly the future in normal searches, we have like core updates and whatnot, the classic search, to some extent, I would say it's pretty much about, there is some element of click data that will feed into core updates. People are saying intent shifts. If somebody's looking for, an latest Apple phone, the latest iPhone is going to be different in a year to what they're looking for now because the passage of time. In LLMs, it's a bit different. It's a bit more like Spotify, where you do the thumbs up. Yeah. So that's the feedback loop. So the feedback loop will vary. They have explicit and implicit. So there is differences there. And obviously, as well, there is different decision processes, whether RAG is going to be used in the first place. Is the internal knowledge, the closed book knowledge of the LLM sufficient? If it's not, go off to RAG, pull something in and so forth. So it is very much a hybrid approach, yeah. And obviously we can't forget that the future is very much multimodal. I'm sorry that there's not a lot of actionable takeaways. I hope that you'll take this knowledge as actionable takeaways, hopefully, because not everything's going to be a checklist. Hopefully some of it is knowledge that you can take as context. But one thing I would say is that if there is something actionable to take away, it's around utilizing, bearing in mind that the future is very much multimodal. Steve talked about Amazon. We can't just think it's just Google. We have to think outside of that now and realize that search is everywhere. Yeah. But we also must respect the foundations, because everything classic SEO to a large extent still is the very, very solid foundations. You can't have good generative retrieval without the solid foundations of classic SEO building now into the future with AI search as hybrid. Yeah. And thank you. I hope all that was useful. And thank you for your attention. I don't know whether I've got time for any questions. Maybe not. I think I've probably gone over. I'm sorry if I have.
Maybe not, but we have 2 minutes. And I wanted to ask you, has anything changed in your work since the AI hype?
Yes, in that I would say that even though I am a great proponent of the fact that classic search, with done right, and not just spam for the sake of spam and so forth, the foundations of, once you understand the foundations of IR, for me, that's not changed, yeah. But what I would say is that now the tools that are available are much more extensive and they're improving. I use a lot of Gemini for ideation, for frameworks and so forth, to take some of the grunt work out of things. So I would say, yes, things have changed. I get more done, much more productively, I would say. I'm writing a book, as we know, on AI search. Some of the ideation there will help. I'm definitely not going to be using a book to write AI search. So please don't be thinking it's going to be an AI slot book. It really is not. Yeah. I've been told, no, you're not allowed to do that. And I would never have done it anyway. But yes, there is change. There is nuance with AI search. I'm definitely not saying nothing has changed. I'm saying SEO has always been evolving and we should continue to evolve. And that's just the bottom line. Yeah. So, yeah.
I think it's a very nice ending to this session, and we are proceeding to next. Please bear with us. We have lots of wonderful ideas, lots of wonderful people. Don't be afraid to donate. Don't be afraid to share in social media. We've got lots of sessions to come, and thank you. Stay.
SERPs are more competitive than ever. AI tools like ChatGPT are changing how people discover businesses like yours. At ZipSprout, we're on it. We connect your brand with trusted local nonprofits through real lasting partnerships. You support beloved community organizations. They feature your brand on their websites and include a backlink to a target page. Support a cause. Grow your visibility.
And now we have Jean Tan with us. Hello, Jean. How are you?
Hi, I'm good.
Okay. Jean is an SEO consultant and entrepreneur specializing in semantic search and sales funnel optimization. And today, Jean will talk to us about optimizing social media for high converting SEO. Very interesting topic. I want to hear it as soon as possible.
Okay,
Stage is yours.
so thank you, Alicia. And so, hiya, everybody. Again, my name is Jean. This is my girl, Brownie. And I just want to say, I do have a real Shih Tzu girl who's in my other home. So she gets the YouTube spotlight. And today, as Alicia has told you, we're going to talk about how to optimize your social media profiles for conversion driven SEO. Now, I have a question for you. Did you know? Nah,
Right.
I'm just messing with you, but it did get your attention, right? So, let me just. Okay, so Google Search Console started rolling out social channel data directly into Insights in early December last year. This essentially gives website owners a window into which queries are leading people to their social profiles, how many clicks they're getting, and where those audiences are coming from. Now, while this may seem like a new trend, it's actually the evolution of a long term shift that began in the early 2010s. The shift from optimizing websites to optimizing for the web. And then a decade later, the launch of Google's Perspectives in May 2023 made it clear how user behavior has changed over the years. Now, users don't just want a 2,000 word article to read anymore. They want the raw human experience. And most likely, due to the proliferation of AI generated information and the influence of multitasking, which I'm actually guilty of sometimes, where you're listening to an audio while watching a video, doom scrolling, and reading text all at the same time. And we've seen that mirrored on the SERPs with content formats expanding to include long and short YouTube videos, Instagram and Instagram Reels, Facebook Reels, Reddit threads, Facebook group discussions, and who knows what other diverse platforms will sprout as online search evolves, right? But the more important question is, and I do have a question for that. I'm not messing with you this time. What does this mean for brands? And when I say brands, I'm talking about the solopreneur like me building a personal brand and the CEO scaling a business brand. The short answer: social media can be used to build an entity's knowledge graph, which in human language simply translates to the algorithm fully understanding who you are, what you do, and who you help, so that in turn it is fully confident in recommending you to the searchers that you serve. This then supports organic brand search, which drives leads if you are strategic enough and fuels what I like to call conversational sales. Now, before we dive into strategies that can make this happen, I just want to be fully transparent. You'll soon notice that most of the examples I'll share in this presentation refer to Facebook and LinkedIn. And that is because these are the platforms I've personally used. And although I've included others, they're based on my observations from SERP analysis. Also, according to a study by Semrush, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Facebook are three of the top social media domains cited by LLMs. Calicube, which specializes in knowledge panels, also lists LinkedIn as one of the primary social media sources cited by Google in personal panels. And on that note, let me start with what I call the mirror strategy. So, this involves ensuring your social media profiles reflect key information from your website. So, you start with the name of your entity. Like, for example, my name, Jean Tan, is the name of my entity, and its category being consistent across your website's homepage, about page, and social media accounts. So you put your primary category right next to your name with a secondary category as optional. And I suggest to just, stick to a maximum of only two categories. So, for example, in my case, since I'm an SEO who owns a one person corporation, I use Jean Tan, that's the entity name, SEO consultant, the primary category, and entrepreneur as the secondary category. Now, depending on the platform and character limits, I might shorten it to just Jean Tan SEO consultant. So the page title on my homepage says Jean Tan SEO consultant and entrepreneur. On my about page, on the you know, uh, third in the search results, I use synonym titles. So it's about Shantan, conversion driven SEO consultant. So I used an adjective and you can see it there, but it's supposed to say and founder instead of entrepreneur. And as you can see, my Facebook personal profile, which is set to public, has jeantan.seo.entrepreneur in the URL, which also serves as my username. Now, on my business page, it is just Jean Tan SEO consultant with the same URL, and my LinkedIn profile says conversion driven SEO consultant and entrepreneur under my name. Now, in terms of choosing a category title, use the most common terminology. So in the past, I used SEO strategist. But then I noticed all the top SEOs with existing Google Knowledge panels use SEO consultant. So I adopted that. And once I consistently used this format, name plus category, I started dominating Google search for Jean Tan SEO consultant and also Jean Tan entrepreneur. Next is your entity description. So, this is a single sentence that states what you do, who you serve, and what you offer in a semantic triple format. So, a semantic triple format is, if you remember your basic English way back when, we have this sentence structure taught by our teachers that says subject, predicate, object. So that's basically, the equivalent of a semantic triple. But why this specific sentence format? Well, it's how machines connect and understand context and relationships, not just keywords. So you put this as the first sentence on your About page and use equivalent versions on your social media profiles. Some slight differences in wording don't hurt. So here, as you can see, on my About page, it reads Jean Tan, subject is a conversion driven consultant and founder of Search and Jean, providing a proprietary search to sale framework for service based and niche businesses, blah, blah, blah. And I use that exact description on LinkedIn. But on Facebook, I adapt it slightly while keeping the keywords. So on my personal profile, it just says helping service based and niche businesses increase revenue with search to sales strategies. But on my business profile, it says Jean Tan, SEO consultant and founder of Search and Jean, serves niche businesses using her search to sales methodology. So, why are you doing this? And it's because you want to create a reference loop between your website as your primary source of truth and your socials confirming the details as second party references. Now, in terms of content, I would actually use the same strategy. So, for example, an article on your website can be turned into a long form post on LinkedIn, a video on YouTube, and a reel on Facebook. The point being that you're creating a web of relevance. So make sure that you have links from your YouTube, for example, linking back to your web page and vice versa, etc., etc. Now, observations I've made from conducting several SERP analysis so far: Facebook group discussions are highly likely to surface on AI overviews for long tail keywords. How to queries yield YouTube and TikTok videos in AI overviews, and YMYL, or your money your life long tail queries, almost always trigger the what people are saying video carousels ranging from YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, and Facebook Reels. Now, for super niche queries like, astrology inclined searchers like me, I guess, asking why is 2026 considered year one, that can actually even result in a standard Facebook post from a user profile, not a group, making it into the featured answer snippet. And finally, use the same as schema markup on your website to connect the dots for the algorithm. Now, once these technical foundations have been built, we can then shift to looking at social media for SEO through a marketing and sales lens. Because, let's be real, rankings are a vanity metric if they don't lead to a four, five, six, or seven figure stripe balance or more. And this is where we build the know, like, and trust factor. For the factor, when a user searches for your brand, whether it's your personal name or your business name, you would want to own, or like I said, dominate that SERP by having well optimized social profiles that mirror your website's titles and descriptions. You instantly paint a clear picture of who you are, who you serve, and what you offer. And when they see your latest post showing up in a branded search, they see a business that is alive, active, and currently at work. Then there's the like and trust factor, where you humanize the algorithm. I mean, nothing more, nothing is more human than your actual face and voice, right? In the current era of AI generated fluff, your distinct voice and mannerisms in videos, reels, and candid photos like this one. This was actually indexed by Google um, at one time. I don't know why, but I guess it just recognized it as not AI. But those are content that will give you an edge. Again, brought about by this AI era, people all the more want to buy from real people, not just a business. And these days, there really shouldn't be a separation between a personal brand and a business brand. But here's something that most people miss. Let me just, okay. Search personalization. And this is where your social media activity literally rewrites the search results for your audience. When you think about it, when your followers are constantly interacting with you on social, liking your posts, watching your videos, or clicking a link to your latest article, those actions are being tracked if they're logged into Chrome or their Google account. So those interactions become part of their personal search history. So then the next time your audience searches for something that's related in your niche, Google is likely, although not 100%, but it's likely to rank your pages at the top of the SERP for that specific user, because the algorithm now recognizes that this particular user has a history of engaging with this brand or entity and such. So you're not just fighting for a general ranking anymore. You are securing the number one spot for the people who matter most in your business. Who else? Your warm audience. And one way to help trigger that personalization on purpose is to use what I call the Google Me or Google It call to action. So instead of always giving your followers a direct link, ask them to Google you. So post something like, I did this a few weeks ago. Google my name, Google Jean Tan SEO consultant. And it actually did create some spike in my clicks and impressions, which then helped trigger my KGM ID. But it could also be, something like Google, like the title of your article, or search for a business name plus the product. Like maybe a popular example would be, but not necessary, I guess, because they're already popular. But just for the sake of example, Google Apple iPhone 17, and something like that. But so these create organic, blah blah blah. Sorry, organic zero search volume traffic. And when you do this regularly enough and strategically enough, you likely train the algorithm to see you as the most relevant answer for more generic keywords, not just your brand. Now, what I like about social media posts is that there is no strict SEO format so far from what I've observed. So you just need a solid structure. Like what I do is that I make sure that I have these three ingredients. So the hook, that's the first line of your social media post that contains your main point or your keywords. And then in the middle, I would use emojis instead of bullet points to make my significant points not just scannable, but also visually catchy. And then towards the last part, I would tell my followers exactly what to do next. So there's the call to action, whether that's clicking a link or Googling a phrase. So, to wrap this up, SEO is no longer just about your website, it's about your entire digital footprint. Uh, so, number one, use the mirror strategy to align your entities so the bots understand you and recommend you to your target users. Use social content to humanize your brand and build trust with fellow human beings. Leverage personalization by staying top of mind on socials so that you stay top of search most of the time on Google. And finally, stop thinking of social and SEO as two different departments. Start thinking of them as one integrated engine that drives conversion. Um, you can dive deeper into these strategies that I've just discussed in a detailed article I've put together that serves as a guide for this talk, which will be published the day after tomorrow. And by then, you can just Google how to optimize social media profiles for SEO by Jean Tan. See what I did there? And I'm also hosting a masterclass on April 6th, which is an augment to what I discussed here today. I'll be putting the link to the event on my article and my Facebook and LinkedIn profiles. Just, Google Jean Dunn, SEO consultant. Thank you so much for your time today. Cheers.
Don't go away. I have a few questions for you. Thank you so
Oh my
much.
God.
You just said
This is the
cheers, and
hardest part.
I think it's pretty easy for you. So, when they started showing these social media insights, how do you exactly use this data? So, you see it in the Google Search Console. What do you do with that? So, what's
Okay, hold on.
next?
Okay. So what do I do with the data that can be seen on the insights section
Yes.
of Google Search Console? So basically, we do that as like the base of the next move, right? So for example, if we keep seeing the certain content, social media content that the Google Search Console tags as trending, so we use that as some sort of a prototype to duplicate for the other content that we're making.
And when you mention something that converts better or a high converting piece of content, so what it is like from an SEO perspective, how do you approach that? Putting that on the social media, how do you go
Um,
about that?
so the one thing that you need to do is make sure that you have the conversion properly set up on GA4 so that um, when I say high converting SEO, it really is sales conversion, like actual dollars coming into the business, right? So that has to be properly set up on GA4. And that's how you prove that there are certain content that you use on social media that brings in the business to the business.
I got the impression that you are against generating social media content with AI, or did I get you wrong?
Oh, no, not really. Usually we use AI to like editing and all that stuff. But I try to advise my clients to, be as human as possible. So, and I also do it myself. Sometimes I have all these ideas for a post, but then my ideas are topsy turvy. So I put that, like for example, on Gemini, and I tell the AI to, can you please organize the ideas, and then it would generate something that doesn't sound like me, but at least it organizes my idea. And so I edit that.
Have you noticed maybe when you were looking into that, does the AI generated content perform worse or better for SEO? Is there any correlation between fully human made content and AI generated one uh, i- in relation to social media?
So, in relation to social media, I do have something like how do you call that? Gemini Gem, where there's the structure that you want the AI to follow, and you just input the ideas that you, but it's not generating the kind of content that you would want human beings to consume. So you still get to author the posts by humans. So to answer your question directly, if the content is getting better, no.
Converting better, and also no.
No, it has to be, when it comes to social media, you have to be like, human conversational. That's why I mentioned the term conversational sales.
And do you see lots of intersection with Google AI mode or Google AI overviews o- when you publish your content on various platforms
Yeah.
and social media and your website? So What have you noticed? Any
So,
tips?
for example, we've got a YouTube video that ranked on AI overviews. That is exactly the same content that the Google AI mode generates. I'm sorry if
And
I'm not
no,
answering.
it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You're answering absolutely perfectly. Thank you so much. I mean, I was meaning that maybe you know how to pull the needle with these AI overviews. We want to occupy as much space there as possible. So maybe you know if we publish, for example, an article on our website and it sometimes doesn't occupy the AI overviews at all, but we can do the same with social media.
Yes.
And social
Yes.
media sometimes populated pretty densely. So maybe a few tips on how to push the needle with that and have as many state in AI overviews or AI mode as possible
Yeah.
by doing that with social media. Maybe you know some tips. That was the question.
Okay. So that's also how social media can like counter the space that's taking up on Google overviews, AI overviews, right? So you have pages on your website that doesn't rank on AI overviews, but like say just on the first page of SERPs, and that I think that that's good enough. But if you really want to push it, like make it convert, you post it on social media, like not the whole thing, but chunks. And the nice thing about social media is that you can make a post about one article in like five different posts, like in chunks or in varying formats. And it doesn't matter if you rank on Google when you do social media organic selling, as long as you have a good relationship with your audience and you hook them into your brand. They simply just when you say you can Google this and this, and they really go to that link, and from there you can guide them through your funnel.
Yeah, that's nice. Where do you get knowledge about what you're sharing today? So where do you find the news about these interconnections between social media and SEO and other things? What inspires
Okay.
you?
um Ironically, I got this idea from learning from the next speaker,
Oh,
Korai.
okay.
I I mean, I basically use the what I learned about semantic SEO and what do you call that? But anyway,
Topic
Korai
forward.
framework,
Okay.
and then the other learnings that or observations that I've made about social media, I merge them. So it's like you can format your content on your website and somehow copy the basic outline of that when you do your social media post. And what I like about using social media, like I said, is that you don't always need to rank on Google or the AI platforms, like not even Chat GPT or all those AI chat platforms. As long as you have an audience, a warm audience that constantly follows you and they engage with your brand. So when you put a link or you ask them to visit a link, they do that. And that basically drives the whole funnel.
That's nice. Thank you so much, John, for your presentation today. We are next to the next speaker, who is
Thank you
Karai,
so much
and
for the opportunity.
Yeah, and we'll have many more speakers. Begum Kaya will talk to us about B2B SEO programs, and Barry Adams will tell us how to optimize for Google Discover in the age of AI, and Amanda Wells will share EAT 2.0, how real-world trust signals now drive rankings, and Laura Yanku will tell us how to speak Google's love language with SXO, and then we have Alan Sartin about building local trust and AI visibility through community PR. So stay with us. We are not even halfway through. Don't forget to donate if you want. And if you don't want, please share at least. I think you're getting lots of value from here. Thank you. Thank you, Jean, once again.
Thank you.
Enterprise technology is full of off-the-shelf solutions that weren't built for you, leading to AI initiatives that stall, digital workflows that don't stick. Talk brings together specialist marketers and engineers who understand both the technology and your commercial reality. From AI-ready data infrastructure and CDN solutions to AI-powered SEO workflows built around how you work. If your organization is ready for a team that gets it, contact Talk today.
And we have Koray.
Hello.
Finally, there's people waiting for you since morning, I think. They've been looking
Thank you.
out.
Thanks.
I don't know why it doesn't listen to me. Okay, it will. And for those who don't know, Cry is like something like SEO guru, and founder of Holistic SEO and Digital, who's got a very famous group and very famous cause, and lots of people around him who claim that they've achieved a lot by listening and following his strategies. And also, I need to alert you, if you've never heard of Koray before, that he speaks his own Korean language. And
Yeah,
it
yeah.
might get a bit of learning curve for you, but if you stay and listen to, you'll finally get it. Everyone gets it, and you'll get lots of value from it. So you might share your
Screen,
presentation.
of course. You see it my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Shall I start directly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I'm starting. First of all, many thanks for organizing this, and it was a pleasure to see also the Jen while talking too. She is actually a great personality, also part of our community as well. And today I'll be talking about mainly the visual semantics and algorithmic authorship. And before beginning, I need to tell that this presentation is a kind of compressed ebook, and even in the Vilnius Baltic SEO Summit, 1 hour wasn't good enough to actually explain everything truly. That's why we actually did a kind of extra sessions later. But practically today, I'm going to be giving the main idea about it. I'll be skipping some of the slides very quickly. Some sections are already redacted. Some segments also are already censored. But the full speech will be in our course. And this Friday also, or sorry, Saturday, we will be also having a private webinar around these subjects as well to present the case studies too. Technically, the main motto in this area is actually, does Google use your visual design to judge your quality or to understand the expertise around your website or not? Or what type of visual annotations on a web document possibly Google actually might be using? We know that when we change the order of the words on a paragraph or on a sentence, we actually see that the relevance and how the NLP is, or natural language processing, is functioning, is changing. And when we do the same thing for the visual components on the page, does it actually affect the relevance or not? And what is the difference between relevance and responsiveness? Just because actually you are relevant enough, does it also mean that you are responsive at the same time too? And this is a motto that I always use, because when people are not able to rank enough, they just want to actually give the answer, easy answer, by saying more we should be doing, like more links, more entities, more articles, more sentences, or more text, etc. But technically, actually, more without structure actually means less. Just because you are adding more of these things, it doesn't mean that actually you are going to be ranking more of these situations. I always say that more text doesn't mean actually better context. And when Google actually launched the year, attention is all you need research paper, which is actually announcement of the transformer. And when you say the GPT, you basically actually use the phrase of transformer. They directly stated that their next purpose is actually using the transformers for the visuals like images, videos, audios, and also web documents. A few weeks ago, they actually launched embedding 2 directly. And in this module, you basically change a sentence or a visual component of the document and how it is being vectorized or processed by Google's actual new systems, it is changing the output. Meaning that just because you put different sentences to the different HTML elements might be actually affecting the relevance of these, let's say, HTML text fields to each other. To provide this idea in this part, you can actually see that there is a patent from Google called layout-aware document understanding. Layout-aware document understanding directly uses large language models to directly actually transfer these different type of web document blocks or the visual elements to, or let's say there are different type of visual elements, and they are trying to actually understand which block is related to which another. And then they actually start to do the tokenization and vectorization, meaning that a sentence in this area or a sentence or a token from this part is not actually penetrating here directly. They are tokenized by their own individual elements. This is from basically 2017, the original transformer research. You see that actually the word sequences or seconds to seconds modeling is being performed in this section. Here too, they do the same thing. These zeros or the ones, or is it italic, is it bold, or the font size is different, or is there a kind of wrapper or HTML wrapper, etc. They are trying to understand your overall layout. They usually try to understand the coordinates of the components, and after getting these coordinates, they try to get actually block level and document level understanding for the layout. It doesn't end there. Then for the blocks itself, they have another pattern that they call structured information card. Today, when you look at the web documents, they are not having that much of a prose type of content. They usually have product cards, hotel cards, flight cards, or different type of basically, let's say, the card system. And in this case, they are trying to actually understand what type of elements possibly are being used on this specific card structure. For instance, if it is for flight tickets, what type of annotations are existing there for parsing that specific area. We see two different patterns here. One of them is actually generating entity answers. This one again works with the templates. They know that different type of entity attribute value templates and the pairs or the triples, they are requiring us to use different type of basically sentence structures. If it's a question about the birth date, they know already how the sentence should be starting from. And the same thing also appears for the visual design as well. They already know what type of visual elements should be used actually on that specific pages. Actually, we already announced these things slightly in SEO Estonia and also Chiang Mai as well earlier. This is one of the projects that actually we helped earlier for their visual element. This project, they are using the same visual annotations and same visual semantics and algorithmic authorship rules. And both of them actually have seen a great increase. In total, more than $500,000 word rankings actually are achieved per month. And what we use here based on these, let's say, alignments or visual segmentation is directly coming from Google's own systems. This was the ecom example from Velzo. On that time, I explained its actual name. And according to the specific entity, we are getting all of its attributes, for according to the every attribute and its context, we design different type of visual elements. And with the form of macro and the micro context, we start to construct the page. We do the same thing here for local SEO basically. And when you follow these certain principles, you're able to adjust your design and you're able to show the same text in a more related way to the Google. The methodology that we explained before was actually covering these three elements, like topical maps, we already explained in the course, creating a semantic content network with the help of these content briefs, and creating actual documents. And we have explained some of the algorithmic authorship rules or sentence structures that we are using that actually Google can understand in a better way. But in the course, we didn't explain that much of this section basically. We create a mock-up design and we create a Figma design, meaning that actually this is the skeleton and this is the meat around the skeleton, and how we code these elements directly. In the full methodology, we have like 6 steps basically: creating topical map, content network construction, writing these documents based on the briefs, creating a mock-up design, a professional design, and coding it based on certain principles. All of these specific patterns that I mentioned until now, they're actually coming from 2 hidden engineers from Google. One of them is Mark Nyork, more important than Bendersky, but this guy is also very important too. Both actually work in the Google and the DeepMind, and they are 2 of the most cited Google engineers through the 2025, because they are directly working on query processing, spam detection, and most importantly, Gemini. And if you look at the researches that they are publishing, you can understand that actually they are fundamental engineers on this field, plus whatever actually they are patenting or whatever they are actually filing, it is directly affecting Google's systems. If you know which engineers you should be, let's say, spying on, you can actually understand what Google is focusing on better. This is another guy, Alexander Grushevsky, highly important because in his LinkedIn profile, directly he says that he is working, or better, he is the founder and the lead of the Ranked Lab, meaning the Ranked Laboratory. And it is a platform that they are learning to rank, or they are building learning to rank systems. And it is an end-to-end platform for actual rankings or adjustment the rankings. He is a kind of inventor of what he calls item ranking. Google, as we know right now, they can index and rank the documents, they can index and rank passages, and also they can index and rank the items like hotels or flights or brands or entities for different type of aspects. And directly, whenever there is a kind of Gemini announcement from Google, they are actually thanking him as well. Basically, the main system of this methodology is coming from these two and this specific engineer. But there is one more important thing here, which is about the Rank Lab, because Rank Lab is not just a random name from this guy's LinkedIn profile. It is also a Google API leak module. And if you look at the Content Warehouse API leak, you are going to see that it is actually a hierarchy of modules. And the Rank Lab is the end module. Whatever you see in the system, they're eventually coming back to the actual Rank Lab and the Rank Lab scores, which is called actually gold mine scores in that module. In the API leak, we also see that they have something that they call web ref segmentation, meaning that they are using web references by segmenting a web page. And they are trying to find entity mentions from that section, and then they are connecting all these mentions of the entity from that section to each other. They even have a section that they call mention range. If the mentions of the entity basically are close to each other, they call these things like the close answers, and they are binding these mentions to each other as well. I am not going to be able to explain the patterns in this area that much. You will need to be checking on your end. But what I am explaining on this above the fold area is directly connected to this, which is actually coming directly from the Google's own AI overview and AI mode related pattern as well, search with stateful chat. And the page segmentation or paragraph segmentation or visual segmentation as well, they are directly being mentioned in the patterns and the API leaks at the same time. According to the Google's own API leak and also the patent for AI features, there are three main factors. They call or classify these query dependent, query independent, and user dependent factors. And we directly again see that actually in these specific modules, they have different type of systems that they are actually using. One of them is actually coming from what they call actually snippet brain, which is connected to they call actually something like snippet flow. We know that the flow, or what they call as the flow, is actually any individual unit of text, whether visually expressed or whether directly placed into a document as well. And they are trying to basically understand the score of these answers according to their visual placement on the pages. And the snippet flow is actually, or snippet brain is actually used for scoring your end search engine result page snippet. And the Rank Lab is actually for testing these snippets to understand which one of them actually has a higher null boost score or better type of, let's say, the query and passage indexing score as well. Explaining these things in this limited time would be very hard. I'm just trying to give this the main idea. Later, when we share these things in a case or something, you can check these modules directly. The best thing, you can find this module from YouTube. You can stop the video or you can find these things and you can read these things individually, because especially this query passage index section is important along with the null boost or overall answer score or similarity score as well. Because if two queries are similar to each other, it is increasing your click efficiency through the null boost. It is making you rankable for second similar query as well. In this slide, this is the most important part, which is about the web ref, meaning web transformer. Meaning they are actually using transformers that I mentioned in the beginning for actually chunking and directly understanding the HTML elements and the visual display elements on your web document. Rather than directly actually processing your text, first actually they are dividing it into the different pieces. And from here, again, they are using sequence modeling to understand which HTML element is connected to which one with what type of text element as well. This, again, Bendersky and Nayor is appearing here because they are using the same sequence-to-sequence modeling system for understanding the query networks as well. This is a research paper that I use a lot from these two. And directly, it is about understanding which specific word is more important in a query term. If you search for the Nike running shoes, We are trying to understand whether the Nike, running, or the shoes are more important. If the Nike is more important than the others, meaning that when you create a document for ranking purposes, you will need to be creating more co-occurrences for this, meaning that this section and its attributes will need to be in your centerpiece annotation in the document, and when they chunk your HTML or your visual elements, these will need to be weighted a little bit more. And again, if you don't weight the query terms in the right way, and if you don't adjust your visual alignments in the right way, it doesn't matter what you write on that document. Even if you are relevant enough, you won't be responsive enough in that area. This is what I mentioned earlier as the flow section, basically. And here too, it directly explains with these semantic labels how they can actually use semantic labels for parsing a document, either PDF or either HTML, into the different type of sections. And they have multiple different type of annotations here, like, is it the beginning of this article or end of the article, or is it the last sentence, or is it a kind of number, or the word is from basically the dictionary, or etc. This is one of the other projects, and normally I am not censoring it in the conference. I didn't, at least, but for the sake of this area, at least for now, I will need to do that. But if you know me, usually you are able to find these things in an easy way. You can just check the SERP and you can get the benefit from that area. But for showing it directly, it won't be possible, at least for now. In this section, again, you see the steps. We create a topical map, we create a content network, we write it, we create a mock-up design, we create a professional design, then we'll launch it. And in, I believe, 6 months, we increase the traffic here like more than actually 2 times directly, coming to the 200% increase. These are the fundamental concepts that we use for creating this topical map, which is the first step. If these are wrong, these will be wrong, and rest of the section will be wrong too. All these steps basically are bound to each other. This brings to me actually one more small explanation for learning to rank systems that actually Alexander Grushevsky also is trying to work on. Because we have, for instance, a page in this rehab center, and that page is about alcohol addiction treatment. We didn't change its content, and it is existing as exactly is. And for the last maybe 2 years, we didn't change it at all. But we see that suddenly it starts to rank for this query, Sister Maria treatment, night by Avon work. This is an example of how Google is actually augmenting queries and how they try to understand the null boost factor. Because they try to understand whether actually alcohol treatment pages can actually rank for this query term or not. This is actually an adult movie name, and accidentally our website is ranking there, even if we change nothing. Because even if you change nothing, Google still keep changing their own algorithm for association. And in this area, we see that actually we first rank for it, but if it is nighttime in the United States, Google usually ranks for adult sites. If it is daytime in the United States, rehab sites are ranking there. And just because we get the clicks from this, then we see that actually based on the query similarity, as Content Warehouse API leak also explains too, the porn addiction is appearing here too. But technically this query belongs to another page on the website as well. That's why first you see that rankings are increasing and dropping, increasing and dropping again. This is a simple click test that Google actually performs based on the now-boost scoring as well. And this is what we call learning to rank systems, or end-to-end ranking as well. Google is basically classifying the web documents in the wrong way, because in our page as well, we are mentioning the phrase of, let's say, sexual performance, because alcohol addiction is affecting it. We also mention the phrase night because you are consuming alcohol during the night. We are not mentioning Sister Maria on that page, but we mention it in another page, meaning your page-wide and site-wide embeddings are multiplied together. We mention the Sister Maria on another page because it is the other name of actually Mother Teresa. So these relevance calculations on Google's end for click testing, it might be sometimes complicated. This is another concept that I am trying to explain here called extension domains. Basically, you can use the same topical map and the content network and even the design for creating the same content for, let's say, different regions like London, or for different languages like Arabic languages. And again, you can rank for them too. This is an agent that I created. It does triple to triple translation, meaning it doesn't end any new thing or any new sentence or any new entity or predicate or noun. It translates everything as is. And you see that actually here a pattern from Google. It also suggests doing the translation sentence by sentence. And I am doing the same thing, and we always get the results. We call these extension domains because in some cases, we open exact match domains to affect the AI answers. feed the LLM data and also directly give a kinds of ranking chance to a separate EMD or partial match domain in a better way from our main domain as well. And that's why in this area too, by opening some domains for London, Amsterdam, Sydney in this case, we are able to use the same content network and the design in a templated way, and with just minimum cost, we are able to increase our coverage. Here you see the rank lab model of Google with the gold mine scores, they call it. In this area, you see base rank and the test rank. Base rank means that actually your actual ranking. Test rank is the ranking that they are testing you. Forced experiment score is the score that you are getting from there. And Naubus factor is directly about actually whether the clicked results for you is good or not. In this area too, you see basically things like site name factor or some other areas that actually explains whether there is a relevance from site to query or salient term factor or duplicated number of tokens score, readability score, heading factor, or many other things as well. I suggest you to check this module in a very strong way. This section explains how Google is actually categorizing the web sources. If you are in the wrong category because of your visual design, you won't be able to rank that much. That's why here we see that actually for the same content, you can get different categorical scores. Here we see that actually how Google categorized the websites in their DOG files and how they are constraining actually a number of ranking results from a certain type of category. Meaning that if you are trying to rank for an e-com related query, there might be a limited number of websites from that category can rank for that specific context, which means that actually either maybe you need to test with another domain or either you need to be changing your design. This is a company that I'm not going to be censoring its name for this example. Again, you see a skeleton of the topical map, author section, core, and the root section. This is the 5 fundamentals of the topical map, and these are the results basically that we got in the last 3 months of comparison for that. One more time, to increase the popularity, we rank for the free service query terms, and we use the query similarity to transfer that trustworthiness directly to the actual important areas. This is an example that I shared earlier, transcriptor. In this part, the important thing is these are also other free term queries that we use, and it became a huge success, as you can see the click numbers. But then we decided to move actually these free wording queries to the separate extension domains because it is helping us to affect the spatial AI data from a secondary domain that carries that name in a better way. That's why usually I call this site name factor a kind of insurance for Nauboost. Because if you carry the term directly in the domain's name, it helps you to rank earlier. And earlier, I also gave the example of Kanbanize for this context, because this website never recovered after they are changing their name, because the entire topical map was created for a different purpose. This is price listo, and you see the updated data for it. Again, we actually use subdomain strategy here with the exact match terms. And when you use different subdomains with the exact match terms, the same content ranked way much better. Because this way we were able to create multiple different sites with monotopics, and the size of the website was basically smaller. And since the sites are distinctive from each other, we were able to affect the AI answers also in a better way too. This is the actual, let's say, the mock-up design for more than panel in this part, and you see the Figma design for it. This is the topical map, content network, and the authorship that we actually provided. And these are basically 6 months results in this area that actually you see. And this is actually what I meant with it, extension domain, because this is for all the social media platforms, but this one here is only for the Spotify, meaning that for a specific type of section of this site, we opened an extension domain to affect the rankings and AI answers in a stronger way. And again, we use exactly the same principles, same stuff or same topical map with same structure, same algorithmic authorship rules, and even the same design. And if you look at here, you will see that their macro context, as I demonstrated earlier, their macro and micro context, they are sharing the same principles and the same web components. We basically created a kind of design dictionary. For instance, if you know me from my algorithmic authorship rules, even your first sentence, second sentence, and your last sentence, they're all actually formulated and structured. The same thing actually exactly we do also for design elements as well. It doesn't matter what you write on the page anymore. It is also about how you place and visually represent them. These are the micro context area in that case. And this research section, in this case, I will slightly skipping for the sake of the timing, but you should understand the the one connection here. If you don't augment the query as it should be, you will be creating the wrong design elements. That's why augmenting the query in the right way is the most important thing. And if you want to rank for the AI overviews, that ranking starts from this SRD, search result document. There is one more. They call it actually SRP, meaning search result passage. If your document doesn't rank, your passage is not gonna be ranking. If your passage is not ranking, then your also basically AI generated answer is not gonna be actually citing you. In their patent, they directly explain this document and the passage retrieval system for basic generative retrieval system that they use. And another thing is that in these components, the language that we use is differing from each other. We don't always use the same structure of the sentences, because in the classifier, they classify your documents as creative text or as media text, ambient generative something else, or SRP generative LLM, or etc. Meaning that actually, according to the classification of that specific passage, they are using different type of large language models. And we see this already from the pathway language model that they also have. To decrease the cost, they are chunking language models, and according to the topic, they use a different type of language model. Entire system, they have 14 engines, 3 factors, and just one answer that they are generating basically. And according to the system base that they use, we try to create different type of algorithmic authorship rules basically. In some sections, we need to use factual content. Sometimes we need to use creative content. In some cases, we need structured content, and sometimes it should be unstructured. This was the speech that I did on the stage to actually introduce some of my agents. And if you want to understand semantics with a kind of gadget, search my name in the ChatGPT and you can find these agents. And this was the first example that I gave in the stage for relevance configuration 3 years ago or something. And basically, if you change the order of the words, the relevance is changing. And if you know how to structure the sentences and the visual design, you can basically always rank higher. This is a research paper, like LLMs, are LLMs reliable rankers? In this research paper, we actually try to understand for what section of the sentence, what type of wording we should be using. System gets a kind of candidate vocabulary, and they are trying to understand which word should be used in what section of the sentence. And from there, they see that actually rankings, whenever they choose the right word on the right part, for every type of language model and for every type of product, they are able to increase the rankings. And the same thing also happens, of course, for basically originality section as well. These are research papers that I suggest. If you use AI heavily, you will need a kind of blacklisted words for your vocabulary, for your sentence structures or sequences of the sentence structures. And these are some of the usually AI writing signs that I'm using for fundamental training. These are some of the basic algorithmic authorship rules that we are using, but I'm just trying to give you this slide so that actually later you can see some examples here. But normally we extend every one of these and work on them with the examples too. These are some patterns to explain how Google can be actually chunking your document. In this one, if you have a grid like this, they get your HTML elements, they try to see whether you have an image and text inside it, and this is the end result, what we call HTML normalization. And in the API leak and in the patent of the Google again, we see the same correlative result. This is about chunking a document with the visual segmentation on your site. This is about choosing the right attribute of the entity, and according to the attribute of the entity, how the visual alignment actually should be changing. There are more research papers here, but here, this is the most important, web page transformer, because according to your layout, the meaning of the text and effect of that specific text for ranking purposes basically is going to be changing. We see this structure a lot in their latest patents too, because this is about landing page quality score, which is coming from your layout mainly. And this is patented 27th of January, 2026, we can say. I would like to explain maybe this one as the last slide here, maybe, because this is an exact match domain that you can check, which is making really good amount of money as a single page. And again, it is ranking for multiple languages, but we have the same content for all of them. Again, we use a now boost because whenever we are satisfying the clicks, we are able to rank for it further. And this is actually, again, an example of transcriptor. We basically open multiple exact match domains and we moved some section of the website to the other sections, because this way, by using our layout as well, we are able to use annotations and we are able to rank in the AI overviews or regular results by owning valuable commercial terms. And Google classified this website as no sign-up website because our design here, as you can see, doesn't require a sign-up. It directly gives you input area that you can use. And they're able to understand these things in the world of agentic retrieval. You should understand this concept basically. Generative retrieval and agentic retrieval will be helpful. This is
And
another...
that's about it because we are up on time. May I ask you,
Of course.
can you share this presentation just with
No.
us, please?
The presentation I will be able to share only with the conference attendees and the private community that we have. But I can try to redact and censor it more than I can share. At least for theoretical section, definitely I can do.
Why I'm asking that, because the letters are so small, I just struggled to read them. And you sometimes highlighted that this is important, but data is not very readable from the screen. If you can redact it just a bit and share anything that you can, this would be hugely helpful and we'll be
In a
all very
redacted way,
happy.
I can do that, yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for attending us today. Stay with us because we've got lots of wonderful speakers further on, and the next one will be Begum Koray. Thank you so much again. I was
Thank
very
you,
happy
Koray.
to see you.
It's always a pleasure. And see you later.
Yeah, cheers.
SERPs are more tools like ChatGPT are changing how people discover businesses like yours. At ZipSprout, we're on it. We connect your brand with trusted local nonprofits through real lasting partnerships. You support beloved community organizations. They feature your brand on their websites and include a backlink to a target page. Support a cause. Grow your visibility.
And we've got someone very special today. I see that Turkey is very rich on very smart SEOs, talented ones, and Begum Kai is one of them. Begum is an organic growth strategist and OmniSign Digital, helping B2B SaaS companies build focused data-informed growth programs. And this is a very tough niche because whenever you approach any B2B, they ask like, what do you want from me? How can you help us? So I guess we'll be learning how exactly SEOs can be helpful to B2B and what can we do about that. Right? Am I right?
Thank you so much, Alessia. That was such a warm introduction, and I really appreciate and take on the fact that there are wonderful SEOs from Turkey who are doing wonderful stuff globally as well. And I am actually at the moment in Sofia for SERPConf, and Bengu, for example, was on the stage, and I really admire taking in stuff from the community. And I would like to share that my presentation today is going to be as it is, but it is kind of confirmed by all of the speakers that gave a talk today, not specifically on B2B, but on where the search is going and how can we tweak our strategies and what should we be doing in the long term to actually call it a win. So yeah. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. I am so happy to be supporting a cause like this. And as you can see, the donation link is at the top of the screen, so please consider donating. And if I knew that you were going to wear cat ears, I would have brought mine with me, Alessia. I think I have to do another one of those so that we both can be wearing our
Great.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So let's get started with why most B2B SEO programs plateau at traffic that doesn't convert. I am going to be touching upon, actually, you gave a very good description and introduction to me. So I'm an organic growth strategist at Omniscient Digital, and I'm also the MC at Search and Stuff. It's an international search conference that is happening in Antalya and London this year. So if you'd like to join and if you're interested in becoming a part of the community, you are more than welcome to join us. We would actually love to welcome you in. And I am an avid animal lover. So here is me with the laptop with my deceased cat. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us. Hey, Monsera. And like, for example, like when I was in London, I was doing trusted house sitters for a bit, and that doggo in the middle is one of those gifts that I got from those program. And that little cat at the corner is actually from Search and Stuff Antalya last year. So yeah, and Petra took that picture. So thank you, Petra Kisharzek. And she's a wonderful used to be in SEO, but now she's grew into another role. So if you're really interested in taking her insights from SEO with more growth angle, please go ahead and follow her as well. And that's a wrap of me, I guess, to begin with. And what are we going to be doing today? We are going to talk about the state of B2B SEO, the paradigm shift that happened, measuring what matters, the trust layer that we should be building, and the new B2B playbook, hopefully. But this is not like you should be doing this. This is everything you follow to like get that growth kind of a thing. You potentially won't be surprised that it's going to touch upon all the basics that we're doing and we have been doing in like building human relationships and understanding people and trying to produce content to highlight that. But before I dive into the solution directly, I will walk you through what I prepared. So the state of B2B SEO, it is something that we call like the traffic trap, as we call it at Omniscient Digital, is seeing marketing teams stuck chasing high search volume glossary keywords rather than trying to understand their persona and what they're thinking about, what they're trying to solve, and question, like what I really recommend at this point is questioning if you are missing the decision makers while focusing on the top level keywords, the head terms, and trying to incorporate all the SEO and competitor gap analysis into your strategy rather than actually speaking to people and understanding what the organization needs. Because sometimes, especially with LLMs and prompt tracking, etc., what we're seeing is a lot of keywords or prompts that are not very high in volumes, but they actually matter more for the company and understanding what the ICP is doing, pretty much what the ICP is doing. And another thing that we see is the execution parity. So generative AI has made producing medium quality content nearly free, and you wouldn't believe the amount of stress it actually caused real SEOs to see the AI content taking over. But obviously, as us SEOs trying to tweak the system and see where we can fit, it was something inevitable, I guess. And recently, Ryan Law from Ahrefs published an article saying AI content wasn't good enough. Now it is. And I think it still lacks certain elements and it still needs editorial take, but it is getting better. But also, like trying to question it from a real content that is consumable perspective. Don't you think that there are some articles that are very dull and you cannot really say it is 100% AI. It has been touched by the editors, yes, but maybe the thought process hasn't been edited or the structure is very like fixated on a certain thing that is repeatable. So when we see, for example, Google spam update, which happened yesterday, they are going to be coming at these kind of content, hopefully. It's not always the case as we know it, but one of the things that I really want to see is par, mid-par, subpar content, not really taking the bulge, because we want to do something that is not repeatable. And Google is actually, and also LLMs, they are trying to get their information from resources that are not following what everybody else is doing, but kind of improving the narrative and like elevating the conversation in a way to add something to the conversation. So that is the kind of content that we want to see. That's why, unfortunately, we have to break free from easily repeatable content and try to find novel ways of what really resonate with humans and not really 100% going after bots and what we can do to rank. And another thing is the demand problem. So not always, of course, we see brands like focusing on high volume terms, etc., and trying to build their niche, build their topic clusters and focus on those areas. But sometimes companies focus on generating demand for a category from scratch, which can be very costly. I know that there are times that they should be doing those, but I think pivoting and positioning the product to capture existing demand might be a better idea for them. And sometimes what they do with these is creating specific terminologies for their products and trying to like get it repeated across the industry. And that is when the PR programs are also becoming very costly as well. So to be able to avoid that, maybe try to see where you're fitting in the product and the market narrative with what is already being discussed and with the user's terms. So that is what we call the voice of customer search. And being able to get that and using that across your product or marketing strategy is something vital rather than pushing for something that hasn't got any demand in the beginning. And obviously with B2B, we know that people are trying to improve how they do their job and they want to perform better. So they want to really learn from you. That's why many B2B brands heavily rely on market education. And it is pretty much pushy. And as I mentioned with the AI content, it can be very dull because when the narrative is very education focused and it's very rational, as you can see from the matrix. So it is on the awareness side mostly rather than purchase. So it's kind of like the top of the funnel content, and you are focusing on the rational side of things because you want to educate your customers. But it can be very pushy, and it can be like if you don't really have that tone of voice set up across multiple articles, it can even sound very sketchy. Like in one article, you're talking about something in a very like, oh yeah, you got this, let's do this together, you can try it, like our demo is here kind of a way. And the other one is, oh, the marketers got it wrong, like you should be doing this, and the kind of like very instructional. That's when the narrative kind of gets very tweaked. So rather than, and also there is an angle about meeting buyers exactly where they are to start the conversation and not really trying to like push your solution onto them or educate them about the solution. Of course, they have to be like problem aware at least to be able to like search for this. But when it comes to establishing yourself as a reliable source that the customers are open to learning from, that is when you win. So that is an image that you have to build throughout rather than just pushing content. And the paradigm shift actually happens where AI search enters the chat. And that is, as we all know, is a zero-click environment, and that is making everything much messier. So when it comes to online, especially like e-commerce, for example, we're always talking about the messy middle and the buying process, etc. But with AI involved in this, the messy middle got even messier, and everything is, including the attribution, is now very difficult to actually capture and measure. So we know that AI engines, AI overviews, and AI mode don't behave like traditional search engines, and they aren't structured to pass the user off to a publisher via click. So when the click removes, click gets out of the picture, what do you do and how do you measure that? And another thing that we see is the off-page dominating brand queries. So this is for example, Mark Williams-Cook was saying today that links are a proxy for Google to understand the reputation in human terms and turning it into a mathematical calculation. And I actually wonder how that translates to LLMs and brand mentions, because we say now that your name has to be out there and it doesn't have to be linked to. But when buyers ask an LLM about a brand, this is a research that we did at Omniscient, we are seeing that 48% of the citations come from earned media, forums and editorial, and 30% from commercial brand content. So that can be your brand, that can be your competitors publishing content about you. As we all know, there are listicles and everything that is getting into the picture right now, and everyone is heavily investing on those. So some might say that the early days, like black hat days of SEO, are actually working at the moment for LLMs. And obviously SEOs, as we want to kind of take advantage of that growth potential, we are also, not I, some SEOs get into the black hat tactics when it comes to optimizing for LLMs and kind of falling into the same trap. And obviously, one platform that is very important for B2Bs, G2 monopoly, them acquiring Capterra. This is another research we had. So based on the citation share, we understood that this acquisition can actually result in a 70% 76% in bottom of the funnel prompts through both of these platforms. So it is kind of growing in importance. Yeah, that's another thing that we can add to the paradigm shift. And as I mentioned in the beginning, the attribution crisis, when the click gets out of the picture, how do you convince people that the investment that you're doing makes sense, etc., and the tactics that you're doing are going to be fruitful? So Chris Green has a wonderful article about this. He is saying AI isn't killing SEO, it is killing lazy click-based attribution, and he is 100%, 1000% right. And even though that is happening, most of the CRMs are actually very kind of outdated in that term, but obviously the market is evolving and they are trying to adapt as well. And at this moment, they are remaining very fragmented. So we cannot really see a flow, and like, yeah, it's not really a funnel and we cannot really see everything because the click is not there, and like where the user enters the funnel, etc., is now very hard to measure. And I think at this point, CRO with a focus on funnels and self-reported attribution is actually very critical. And one of the other research that we did at Omniscient was about focusing on self-reported attribution. There was a click-based analytics often showing like AI traffic at 5%-ish conversions, but self-reported attribution shows 30 to 40% of inbound links originating from LLMs in our research. So when it comes to how much traffic you're getting, the tools that we currently have may not be 100% accurate. So take it with a pinch of salt, I would say, and conduct your own methods of gathering data. So it is just adding a field in your contact forms. The conversion rate optimization specialists are going to be very mad at me at the moment, but have a text field and ask people, how did you learn about us? Where did you find us? So that can be something that you might want to do. So when it comes to measuring what matters, get information and get your own data, I would say. Also, what you can do, as I mentioned, Bengu gave a very good speech at SERPConf today, and she also recently interviewed with Advanced Web Ranking, and she was talking about SaaS visibility beyond Google in AI era. And what she recommends, as she is a GA4 expert, proving the value of top of funnel content natively in GA4 by tracking returning visits and other metrics that might be important for your business is very valuable. So at this time, because everything is very messy, there is not a one-size-fits-all kind of a solution. So we are relying on trying to understand our clients more, trying to understand how the company and how the website is positioned and how the conversion flow is kind of created throughout the landing pages. So definitely try to get in there and try to analyze what you have at your hand. And a recent study by Conductor, they were saying you can use log analysis for AI crawls. I haven't done this personally, but it's actually a very good idea if you can get your hands to logs. I know that many clients are hesitant to share those, but you can treat one bot hit as a one potential citation. And obviously we know the citations are not really happening on all pages, or the links are not given on all prompts and all answers, but it's the starting point at least. And I am a big believer of systems and processes. So when it comes to measuring what matters, don't forget the power of blueprints. So build yourself a roadmap. This can be for the quarter, for the semi-yearly or yearly. You can just focus on what you're going to put your efforts towards in that given time. And there are obviously tactics where you can optimize your SEO and ultimately improve your LLM visibility as well. So everything is kind of reciprocal in that sense. Try to follow those, and where you cannot really deliver or where you have to tweak, definitely keep tabs on the process. And obviously there are a lot of informations and updates that are coming in as well. So I really recommend updating your roadmaps every quarter. So coming back to the trust layer. So everything is kind of shifting, and we don't know how to successfully measure and represent everything. So I want to emphasize that the trust layer is actually very important. The human element that I want to touch on is AI giving buyers speed, but humans approving and still doing the purchase. So, and also recently, I think there were a lot of reports about how people were kind of fed up with AI content, and they are moving away from AI platforms and mostly relying on either their social circles or online communities. And we will come to that as well. But also for your brand, I think it's very important to be visible through online. You know, Mark Williams Cook has his unsolicited SEO tips, and it is one of the very good ways to lead conversations online. So you can start with either LinkedIn, but you have to be very unique and you have to play the long game. I know that Mark is writing his own LinkedIn posts, and he's not relying on AI for those. And we know how like X and LinkedIn is actually overcrowded with lots of people who are just spamming. And like, unless you are getting the engagement, does that post really matter? I think is one of the things that you have to ask yourself, because like at the end of the day, LinkedIn is also a social platform, and what you're doing is to build like relationships there, even though they are related to your career. So use that platform, I would say, as it should be, rather than just posing and trying to prove yourself something. And when it comes to Reddit, also you have to be very unique there. And when you're representing the brand specifically, astroturfing is definitely not allowed. And the Reddit admins are actually very good at spotting them and getting people off. So I really recommend being unique and genuine, and not really promoting, but building your brand and image in the long run. And as I mentioned, people relying on information on one another, there is a recent study saying 37% of B2B buyers stop using LLMs after the early research phase, and 85% of them trust peer recommendations, and 78% of them trust third-party reviews. So there are thousands of online communities. There are some for growth, some for support, some for fans, some for business, some for user engagement. So you can even build a platform if you like if you have the money to burn, rather than relying on existing places. You can just start your own as well. And yeah, just give it a try. Brand gravity is one of my favorite topics at the moment, because mentions alongside a pain point across Reddit, reviews, directories, they all earn you brand gravity that draws in citations. But you have to be very unique and still have that core where you're not really pushy, where you're not really promotional, and kind of a breath of fresh air. Because I know in the B2B industry, everything sounds very similar to one another. So you have to find an angle to differentiate yourself, basically. And that is where we come to an anchor asset, a distinctive image. I know that there was a recent campaign, one of the, I don't even know, but one of the B2B companies, I don't remember the industry specifically, they went to a conference or something, and they didn't even have a booth, and the sales team was very considerate, saying like, how are we going to like turn this into sales, and how are we going to measure this, how are we going to keep track, etc. And the marketing team intervened. They had like pens in the shape of a dog, and they told people that they're going to be at the after party, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. And with all those engagements, they were able to like make people follow through. And they actually built a very good traction without having a boot, only by relying on their pens in the shape of a dog. So I think that is wonderful, and that is what we want to see online as well. So build yourself a distinctive image and anchor yourself with a unique, relatable image. As I said, SaaS can be very same. Becoming a reliable source. So in the beginning of the conversation, we said when you're trying to educate your audience, try not to be the same and like try not to be very pushy. So you have to build that trust in scales and prove your ICP that you're there to solve their specific struggles by understanding them and really building that relationship. Also, I realized that I'm coming closer to the end of my time, so I'm going to wrap things up. And we are actually at the last stage as well, the new B2B playbook. Mind you, this is not like this is what you have to be doing, so you are going to be seeing those for yourself, and these are like overarching themes, I guess, rather than like specific truths. So see where it resonates with you and what you're trying to build, and I'm more than happy to like carry the conversation further as well. And so in the beginning of the conversation, when we were talking about the shift happening, the paradigm shift, we said AI search is a zero-click environment, and that is actually included in the playbook. So we have to factor in that we are no longer only focusing on clicks, but also the like visibility and other metrics as well. So the reason, actually not the reason, but the fact that it is not heavily influenced or directed towards a click is actually something beneficial for us in a way, because if we can build that hype around the brand, that we can really get people to talk about us, and that would actually get us involved in many circles as well. And if we are invested in communities, etc. So all of those factors are kind of coming into this bucket. Information gain via proprietary data. In the B2B sameness, we want to be distinguishable. And when it comes to the content game, we don't really want to repeat something that is repeatable by AI. So stop publishing SEO book reports, build assets that AI cannot hallucinate, provide data, focus on your audience's wants before the needs. So I think this comes down to educating them a little bit. So what they need is actually us educating them, right? But what they want may not also be that. But you have to be there when it comes to their want moments so that they can like spare a space in their mind for you. And then when it comes to them really satisfying what they need, then you can be there to actually educate them and saying, hey, I was there, remember me? So it's kind of hand-holding a little bit. Factor in key moments. So buyers in the B2B space can live with a business pain for years because nobody wants to look stupid. Nobody wants to recommend a thing that is a little bit sketchy or a little bit of a risk. So there are times where this is kind of allowable in the B2B space, and that is usually around the funding rounds or the new investments. So you can find a time where you're going to improve your marketing efforts towards your persona. Building the brand with a long-term intent in mind. I'm sorry, I didn't actually plan this to be over this, but it's fine. I want you to really move away from quick wins and building long-term strategies for your sake, for my sake, for internet's sake, for nature's sake. Let's save resources and not use AI. Not that kind of a big statement, no, because there are times where we find AI very useful and really use it. But when it comes to providing authentic content and building your brand image, rely on your mind, like rely on your team, because you already know what you want to do. The brand teams usually know what they should be creating. And when it comes to scaling things, definitely use AI. But when it comes to ideation and building that brand and resonating with your clients who are at the end like humans on the other side of the screen, don't use AI there. Holistic orchestration. I really love the fact that everybody at SERPConf was banging that drum saying, speak to other departments, work across departments, do that. And we are talking about surround sound SEO, yes, but we can turn it into a B2B surround sound. So you can use direct mail alongside your SEO campaigns. You can provide personalized videos. You can even take it a step and do LinkedIn retargeting with the outreach teams, etc. So having a singular goal for the brand in general and having all teams kind of work towards that would be the real B2B.
1 minute left.
1 minute left. Yes, 2 slides left. So what I recommend is putting 70% of your assets with predictable, slow but steady upside content or like brand building element, 20% in outlandish and innovative bucket. This is where you can test ideas for LLMs or for visibility, etc., whatever you want to do, and 10% in optimization and sustaining your existing efforts. And thank you so much, because I am going to be sharing these slides later on in SlideShare. I just added the link there, but please, during the presentation, continue to download link and help the pets.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Begum. Please stay with us because we have Barry Adams next, if you know what I mean. So thank you, Begum. When you share, please give the link to me too. I'll share that myself. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thanks, everyone.
Please stay with us, donate, share with others, listen, take notes. We continue.
Enterprise technology is full of off-the-shelf solutions that weren't built for you, leading to AI initiatives that stall, digital workflows that don't stick. Talk brings together specialist marketers and engineers who understand both the technology and your commercial reality. From AI-ready data infrastructure and CDN solutions to AI-powered SEO workflows built around how you work. If your organization is ready for a team that gets it, contact Talk today.
And we have Barry Adams. I don't know. I think everyone knows Barry Adams. Barry Adams has been here before the internet was, I think, and he knows everything about use SEO, Google Discover, everything. And lots of people ask me about Google Discover. I know nothing about it, so I'm going to learn today lots of many useful things, hopefully. And Barry has specialized in SEO consulting, not only for news publishers, but also for other editorial SEO services. But I think we'll learn very soon what he has to offer to us. Hi, Barry.
Hi, Alicia. No pressure at all then on me, right? It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for sticking with the conference so far. If you have not yet donated, what the fuck is wrong with you? Donate money. Come on, it's for a good cause. I am going to be talking about how optimize for Google Discover in the age of AI. I'm going to try and keep it short and sweet, so there might be time for questions at the end. This is me. Nobody gives a shit. These are some of the clients I have worked with. Nobody gives a shit. Let's just talk about Google Discover. Google Discover is a personalized feed of articles and social media content for people who are using the browser on Android phones or using the Chrome browser on iPhones or the Google app. Increasingly, we also see some experiments with Discover appearing in Chrome browsers on desktop, specifically in Australia and New Zealand. It's a very limited test at the moment. I do expect that to roll out a bit wider at a later stage. It's a very personalized feed. Every user has its own Discover feed. There's no such thing as a standard Discover feed. Everybody has their own recommendations, their own articles, their own social media posts that they will see, which is based on many different factors, primarily about your current location, where Google thinks you are based, about the interests that Google knows you have, the things you like to see, the sports you like to do, the hobbies you have, as well as the activities that Google monitors when you're logged into your Google account, like the searches you perform, the websites you visit, those sorts of things. And your feed in Discover is curated and customized based on all that information, which is why everybody gets their own unique Discover feed. The feed itself is a mix of articles on websites as well as social media posts like YouTube videos, X posts, things like that. So there's a lot of different things that can take place on the Discover feed. We also see Instagram posts, TikTok videos, and now even LinkedIn posts making an appearance on Discover feed. So it's a very different feed for everybody, and you get a different set of content there. This is an interesting one. Data from Newsdash shows that at the moment, YouTube is the most shown website on the Discover feed in the US, at least, which does not surprise me because it is also a Google property. X.com is also quite popular, still growing, and now we also see different websites. You see, it is heavily dominated by large-scale, high-authority news publishers, which is not surprising. But this is general data across all Discover feeds that Newsdash is monitoring. So of course, the more prominent and high volume news publishers will show up quite a lot. But personally, your own Discover feed will be very different. You'll also see smaller websites, local websites show up, specialized news websites show up. My Discover feed is a bit of a mix of general news as well as local news, social media updates, a lot of sport content because I like sport, and a lot of sci-fi and geek content like X-Men comics and Warhammer 40k stuff because that's me. I'm a total nerd about those things. And everybody will have their own Discover content shown. We now also have AI in the Discover feed. You cannot go anywhere nowadays without fucking AI ruining everything, isn't it? At the moment, AI in Discover is relatively limited. We tend to see it as like summaries of videos, YouTube videos that are being shown, and also short summaries of news articles in the Discover feed when you click on the Show More button. So it's not particularly expansive yet. And not nowhere near the level where, for example, we have AI overviews in regular search results. But AI is now also coming to Discover, so it's something we definitely need to keep an eye on and see if that's going to dramatically change or not. The traffic potential for Discover is huge. This is a screenshot from one of my publisher clients. You see that 72% of the total Google traffic comes from Discover. This is not particularly unusual. Which is also a bit of a worry, which I'll come to later. But search is a secondary channel for most publishers now, and Discover is for most publishers, especially if you're either a very specialized publisher on a topic that people associate with a hobby, or even if you're a very general news publisher, Discover is a fairly prominent traffic source. There's only a few types of content that don't really get a lot of traction in Discover, and that's a lot of political content and world news content. You don't see a lot of that in Discover, and that also has to do with the engagement metrics, which I'll come across later. So how do you optimize for Discover? It starts with your own website. The general authority signals that Google associate with your website, like how trustworthy are you? Are you a high quality news outlet? Do you produce original journalism? All those sorts of things, as well as topic authority signals, like what is your specialty as a publisher? What are you really, really good at? And the sort of unique journalism, unique topics that you can cover. And increasingly, we also see Google making associations with the authority that individual journalists have. If a journalist is very well known to write about a specific topic, then the website that their content is published on is less important than the authority signals of the journalist itself. And their content may appear in your Discover feed, even if they write on a website that you've never visited, or the website itself doesn't really have the authority signals that some of the other websites that journalists write for have. This is still in the early stages. It's a bit more challenging for Google to develop these sorts of author-specific signals, but we know they're doing it. They have been doing this for a long time. So at the moment, the website's general authority and topic authority are the dominant signals. The author authority is a relatively new signal, I feel at least, that Google is still developing. There's some technical optimizations you need to have in place. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. Having structured data on your website for your news articles is highly recommended. This can be articles, news articles, structured data, and even blog posting structured data. Google also supports blog posting structured data. You should have a high resolution featured image, which should be at least 1200 pixels wide and have a 16:9 aspect ratio, which means it should be 1200 by 675 pixels. You want to define this in the article structured data as well as in your Open Graph image tag, because Google often falls back on the Open Graph image in Discover to use as the banner image when that article is being shown in an article card in the Discover feed. So make sure that your Open Graph image does not use Facebook's standard size, which is 1200 by 630, but uses Google standard size, 1200 by 675. Because the Facebook traffic potential is a fraction of the traffic potential of Discover. So you should really want to optimize for Discover first and foremost. And lastly, you should have the robust meta tag with the max image preview large value, because that allows Google to then show that large banner image when your article is shown in the Discover feed. So make sure that is in place as well. And then content optimization. How do you optimize your content for Google Discover? First and foremost, your website needs to adhere to Google's general Discover content policies, which means it basically shouldn't be a shitty website. You want to have high quality content. You don't want to have spam. You don't want manipulated content. You don't want blatant disinformation, no sexually explicit content either, so you never see porn sites in the Discover feed, no violent content, not too much vulgar language and profanity, which really limits my visibility in Discover, but that's a separate topic. But generally, your website needs to be a decent quality content outlet. It doesn't need to be a news website, but it needs to have content on it that is high quality, insightful, and useful. For example, my own newsletter, SEO for Google News, every time I publish content on there, the article will pop up in people's Discover feed, and I can see that because I have the report in Google Search Console. But I'm not a news outlet. I write very regularly for people who subscribe to my newsletter. You'll know that. But it does show up in Discover because it ticks certain boxes. It aligns with people's interests. And Google finds it useful enough to show up in the Discover feed. Then the actual articles. Your H1 headline is, of course, the biggest factor. Headline optimization is often overlooked. When we talk about optimizing articles and pages for SEO, we often talk about the title tag. For Discover as well as for news, the title tag is, I wouldn't say irrelevant, but a lot less valuable. It is primarily about the visible headline on your page, which needs to be descriptive and accurate and accurately describe what the article is going to be about. You don't want to fall back on clickbait too much. I'll talk about that a little bit later as well. But we do see, because of Discover's sensitivity to engagement signals, to how people click on your articles, that there is some gray area there where you want to optimize that. I wouldn't call it clickbait, but sort of the curiosity gap. You say something in your headline without being overly clickbait. You don't want to be sensationalist, you don't want to be misleading, you don't want to be exaggerating, but you still have a bit of a space to write an emotive headline that will get more people to click on it than they otherwise would. An example for this, if you write this headline, Hamilton, no decision yet about future, which I have actually seen on the news website, you don't really know what this is about. This doesn't really contain a lot of entities. The only real entity there is Hamilton, and you're not even sure if you're talking about Hamilton the musical, Hamilton the watch brand, or Lewis Hamilton the Formula One driver. So you need a better headline. In this case, Lewis Hamilton. Now we have two entities, two topics here. We have Lewis Hamilton clearly defined as an entity, as a topic, and we have F1 Formula One as an additional topic, which means this now allows this article to be shown in the Discover feed for people who enjoy Formula One and people who are interested in Lewis Hamilton as a person. But you can do even better. You can write a headline like this: Life after F1, Ferrari's Lewis Hamilton undecided about his future. This is, I wouldn't call it clickbait, but it's maybe a bit more emotive and maybe a bit more likely to elicit a click from someone who scrolls through their feed. Plus now you have three entities in there: Formula One, Ferrari, and Lewis Hamilton, which again broadens the scope of the article's visibility in Discover and allows for bigger potential traffic. Next is the intro text, often ignored, but to the detriment of people who ignore it. Basically, the text right below the headline. Quite a lot of websites use this, like Sky News and The Guardian. Not enough websites use it. It is a very powerful piece of content because it is something Google pays a lot of extra attention to and allows you to basically expand the visibility of your articles, both in Discover as well as in Google News and Top Stories. Ideally, you want that intro text to be a short summary or a short description of what the actual article contains. And it's an opportunity for you to include additional topics, additional entities in there that you can't fit in the headline, because headlines have a bit of a character limit. You don't want to make headlines too long, but that's why you can use the intro text to put additional topics and entities in there to, again, broaden the scope of relevance for the article and allows it to be shown for a broader range of people's Discover feeds. And ideally, you also want to make sure that that headline uses semantic HTML so that Google understands it's sort of a continuation of the main headline, so that the intro is really interpreted as sort of almost a sub-headline with more value than just a regular paragraph tag. I'm a fan of using heading tags for that, but sometimes that's not possible, also for accessibility reasons, in which case I would recommend using emphasis tags or strong tags to give it a bit more semantic meaning than just a standard paragraph tag, or, God forbid, some span or div soup, which has no meaning whatsoever. Then the image, featured images, very, very important, because Discover is a very visual medium, which you will know when you scroll through it, which is why that banner image needs to be quite powerful. Google recommends you do this as well in the documentation, as I quoted here. And you need to understand what kind of images people will stop by when they scroll through their feed. And we as people, we tend to have a higher affinity when we see faces and people's expressions in an image, which is why using people's faces in the featured image on an article tends to help with the click-through rate and tends to help get you more traffic. This was an interesting one that Newsifier did in their Google Discover Optimization Guide, where they had two different images for the same article. One was just Max Verstappen's Formula One car, which had a 6% click-through rate. And one was Max Verstappen, also with a little quote of text. That had a 37% click-through rate now. That's a pretty obvious one there. You can add text. You can add text to the banner image. Not too much. Google doesn't want you to be too text heavy, but you're allowed to have like a sentence in the actual banner image. And also you can include your company logo, your brand logo in there as well. And you can experiment a little bit with what drives the highest click-through rate. I see the question in the chat. Yes, this slide is already, this deck is already live on SpeakerDeck. So if you go to Badams on SpeakerDeck, the slide is already live and you can find it there. We also have a slide at the end with a direct link to it. And then engagement. Engagement is a critical aspect of Google Discover. It is very sensitive to interaction signals. If you have a presence in Google Discover but nobody clicks on it, you will drop out of the Discover feed very, very quickly. And the opposite is true if you have a very high engaging website that a lot of people click on, a lot of people spend a lot of time on, then you tend to be shown more often in Google Discover. So you need to optimize for engagement. Core Web Vitals is really useful for that, actually, because Core Web Vitals are sort of an indication of how engaging your website is. And if you have a lot of poor URLs or need improvement URLs on mobile, keep in mind, Discover is primarily a mobile experience. So you need to focus on your mobile Core Web Vitals. If they're primarily poor or need improvement, there's work to do there. There's work to do. It's very difficult to get all of them in the green. And also, it's usually not worth it to optimize it to that extent. But I would say the majority of your URLs in your Core Web Vitals report in Google Search Console should be green. They should be good. If it's like 50% good, 50% need improvement, you're sort of on that threshold of should you put more effort into it or not. If it's less than 50% good, you definitely need to put more effort into your Core Web Vitals. Also look at opportunities for recirculation, which is a news industry term from getting people to click on the next article and read more. So always make sure you make recommendations, maybe within the article or at the bottom of the article, for a next article to read or multiple articles to read, so that people who want to read more about the topic and then go on to the next article and the next article. And I also find that user-generated content is a very good way to keep people longer on your website with an active comments feature, for example, or a poll or some sort of quiz, maybe even, that allows people to spend more time on your website and interact with your website. And that is a positive signal for Google because it means people spend longer on your website. It takes longer for them to go back to the Discover feed if they go back at all. And that is a positive signal that your website delivers the value that Google wants to deliver to its users. There's now also the Follow on Google feature, not rolled out globally yet. It's still experimental phase, but you see this pop up in Discover feeds more and more often. When you tap on a publication's brand, you get their brand page in Discover. And then you can click on Follow on Google, and that means that that particular publication will be shown more often in that particular person's Discover feed. And you can encourage that as well on mobile, for example, by having a link to your Discover profile on your website, and then allow people to click the Follow on Google account there. So it's still experimental. It's starting to roll out. Keep an eye on that. I haven't yet seen it in the UK. I have seen it in the US. So it's still fairly new, but high potential.
I've already seen in the UK once.
Have you? Brilliant. Great.
Yeah.
Send me a screenshot the next time you see it. Anybody send me a screenshot when you see it somewhere in the UK. I'm really interested in how this is going to roll out and then who sees it. And then social media. Social media is actually a really interesting aspect because it's becoming more relevant for people's visibility in search, more relevant than I think it has been in a very long time. The Discover feed has a lot of direct social media content in it, primarily YouTube videos, but also X posts, Instagram, TikTok, and like I said, since recently also LinkedIn. So there is a value in you as a publication or as a website to have active, engaging social media profiles, because there's a chance that your content will just show up in the Discover feed. And what I've started to see as well is that when people, for example, if you share a link on X and then that particular X post is shown in Discover and someone taps on it, they don't go to X, they go directly to the article. They sort of skip the intermediary. So there's an interesting new dynamic there as well. Basically a Google fuck you to Elon Musk, which I'm all for, by the way. But there's also an indirect impact with social media, which I think is very, very interesting. We see a lot of evidence that if you publish an article and it's initially not shown in Discover, but you generate a lot of traffic to that article via alternative channels like social media, but also email newsletters or other promotion mechanisms. And Google sees that traffic because Google, of course, has access to what everybody does in the Chrome browser. And Google realizes that that article is potentially valuable, potentially viral. And that tends to result, not often, but sometimes, in a boost in that article's visibility in Discover. And we have seen several cases of this where an article was published. Initially, it didn't really do much in the first 48 hours, which is usually the window of opportunity for a story. And then suddenly there's a huge spike of traffic to the article, maybe because of a social media promotion or because of an email newsletter. And then the article suddenly pops back up in Discover and gets a lot more visibility. And we think that is a very strong correlation between the traffic that it generates via other channels and Google deciding, okay, this might actually be worthwhile. I'm going to be showing this in the Discover feed. So it's not just publish and forget, it's also publish and promote to give it a longer shelf life or maybe even a second life in the Discover feed and not just publish it once and hope for the best. There's a content promotion flywheel that you use for social media that also then has a very positive impact for Discover. Now, Discover does have some downsides, which I've written about on multiple occasions. This is one of those articles. And basically, it does encourage bad habits because Google says quite openly, don't write clickbait, don't do deceptive, overly emotive headlines. But Google does actually show those headlines in Discover, and people do actually click or tap on them on their mobile phone. So it does actually work to go down that route and basically start writing clickbait and low effort journalism in an effort to get maximum Discover traffic, because it really, really works until it doesn't work. It is too often where I'm engaged with clients and I get graphs like this, where they have a tactic that they find on Discover, usually around really clickbaity emotive headlines and specific topic areas, often about finance or health, your money, your life kind of ecosystem. And the publisher really exploits that for maximum traffic, maximum value. And then an algorithm update rolls out and this happens. And it's too often. And it is very tempting. And I understand why it is tempting, because the traffic is there initially. The tactics work. They really, really drive that initial burst of visibility to your Discover articles. But you accumulate low quality signals at the same time. And those low quality signals tend to accumulate until a Google Core update rolls out and basically slaps your website down and you lose 30, 40, 50, 60, 70% of your Discover traffic. And the recovery of that is extremely difficult. I know only a very few websites who have been penalized by a Google Core update and have managed to climb back out. And at minimum, it tends to be like a 2-year project to come back from that particular hole. So you have to be careful. You have to have restraint. You have to pull back on that addictive element of Discover, where you know that with clickbait, you can get more traffic and you can chase after that traffic. Because it'll work. You will get that. It's like a heroin addiction. It gets there and gets there and gets there until it fucking kills you. Don't go down that path. You have to have that restraint. You have to pull back from that and make sure you put your readers and your journalism first and only optimize for Discover and as an extra layer on top of your journalism. Do not let Discover determine your editorial strategy, but your editorial strategy should come first and foremost, focusing on building long-term value for your audience and for your brand. And then you can apply optimizations to your content to maximize that potential in Discover. But never start with optimizing for Discover. Never start by thinking about, oh, how much traffic is this going to get? Because that is the wrong mindset to have. It's a mindset that's very dangerous because it will initially drive traffic, but it will eventually always damage your brand to such an extent that you wish you never started down that road in the first place. So be very, very careful with that. That's it for me. Like I said, I have the slides now online. It's on speakerdeck.com, so by all means have a little look at that. I also have a newsletter. If I haven't promoted the death out of it yet, by all means go and subscribe to SEO4GoogleNews.com. And I am quite generous with my time and knowledge. If you ever have a question with anything SEO related, specifically news SEO, email me, message me on LinkedIn. Always happy to answer. And if there's any other questions, this is your chance to ask.
I've got a few. So, can you start ranking for this in Discover very fast? So you said that you grow, and if you manage to make these tactics, that in the long run will like damage your reputation or something, you'll stop ranking there. But if you even rank for like 3 months or half a year, in some niches it's quite enough to get enough money, to raise enough money to start a normal business, And so is it possible to do it fast? Rank for 3 months, burn out, start something new, and
that is a valid tactic. There's two elements to this. Discover itself casts a fairly broad net, maybe too broad, which is one of the reasons why Google is now rolling out algorithm updates specifically for Discover, because it maybe allow too many websites to show up and introduce spam websites. But generally speaking, if you have a pretty decent website and produce good content, and you start from scratch, between 3 and 6 months, you will be likely to maybe start getting some traction on Google Discover. Contrary to the news ecosystem, like a top stories box, which is 2 years minimum to start getting traction in that. So Discover is an easier win. And which also means you can do the churn and burn approach, because that period of time when your clickbait tactics work before they start to really hurt you is about 1.5 to 2 years, from what I see. And then you get hit and then you don't recover. So, you have about a 2.5 year period where you can maximize the shit out of Discover before Google comes and haunts you. I wouldn't recommend you do that, because it does, it basically kills your website once you get hit by that. So, but if you're not particularly precious about a specific domain name or host name, just do the churn and burn approach and become a spammer. You're not making the web a better place, but you're making money. So who cares, right?
In the long run, maybe it makes a better place. I was just asking about the tax, and that's it. What about those AI summaries? I don't think you've touched them a lot. I think that when I try to, I don't like Discover because I find it very annoying. But I went to see these AI summaries when they emerged, and I just was a bit shocked because, what do you think about them?
They show up for primarily for YouTube videos at the moment. Where Google will summarize a YouTube video for you if you click on the read more button on the Discover feed. I've seen some examples of Google showing summaries of articles in bullet points in Discover, but that is generally associated with the Google News Showcase, as in publishers who are getting paid by Google when their articles are being shown in Discover. So those are really AI generated. They're just basically summaries of Google's own insight into the article. I haven't yet seen strong examples of AI summaries for articles in Google Discover. I do think it's coming. It seems inevitable. If anybody does have a screenshot that's not Google News Showcase, but is an AI summary of an article, please send them on to me, because I'm always collecting stuff to make sure I advise my clients in the right way. So AI is intruding in Discover, but the beauty of Discover at the moment is it's not susceptible to AI to the same level that Google Search is also because Discover isn't search-based. It's not like people are looking for an answer. They're looking for distraction, for entertainment, for fun stuff. And that's why Discover doesn't really lend itself too well to AI summaries, because it's not like people are actively looking for information. It's just Google is showing them stuff that they think the user might like, which can be from websites, it can be from social media platforms. So AI, I think, plays a bit of a smaller role in Discover, and I don't see it having that prominent place that it has in search at the moment.
Talking about YouTube summarizing, does it matter if it's a short or long or very long video?
I have seen evidence of summaries for both very long 1-hour videos and for 25-second YouTube shorts. So yeah, Google just tries to capture the essence of it. I do think what I see is that Google tends to summarize like the first 10 minutes of a longer video rather than the whole video. So that's also an interesting one there. But again, if anybody has examples to the contrary, because my own Discover feed is fairly limited because I only have one Google account. And the tools themselves don't always give me accurate data either, because they try to emulate Discover rather than be actual users, which is why what you as a user sees is really the real litmus test of what is working in Discover at the moment.
There is a question from the audience. Can you maintain your position in Discover, or does it rotate like AI overview?
Discover is highly volatile. So you'll have an article show up in Discover and you get a lot of traffic to it, and then the next day you get nothing, even though you might publish more articles. It is huge up and downs day-to-day basis. Very unpredictable, very volatile, and no guarantee you will get any sort of traction on any piece of content. And you have to be prepared for that, which is one of the less fun things about optimizing for Discover. You just really don't know what the traffic is going to do on a day-to-day basis.
And we have run out of time, unfortunately, but I've got so many more questions. But thank you for sharing your presentation with us. We can at least go through it. Please stay with us because we've got many more wonderful speakers. And the next one is Amanda Wells on EAT. So you want to hear that too. Thank you once again, Murray. It was perfect.
Thanks for having me.
SERPs are more competitive than ever. AI tools like ChatGPT are changing how people discover businesses like yours. At ZipSprout, we're on it. We connect your brand with trusted local nonprofits through real lasting partnerships. You support beloved community organizations. They feature your brand on their websites and include a backlink to a target page. Support a cause. Grow your visibility.
And we have Amanda with us. Hello, Amanda. How are you today?
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm really, really good. Thank you. Super excited for this. Yeah, and I love the ears as well. So cute.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Amanda is the founder and director of Cedarwood Digital, a Manchester-based agency specializing in SEO, paid media, digital PR, and they are doing that perfectly well. Amanda is also a former journalist, and today Amanda will talk about EEAT, how real-world trust signals now drive rankings. And I know Amanda, when she presents, it's always interesting. It's always wonderful, full of knowledge. So I'm very looking up to that. And the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. And thanks, everyone. Really excited to be here today. We're going to be talking about EEAT 2.0. So it's a slightly new take on EEAT, predominantly how real-world trust signals now drive rankings. So let's get started. So the first thing that I want to say is, if you want to take one thing from the session today, it's this. Google is no longer ranking pages. It's ranking entities that it believes it can trust. For years, we've treated EEAT as a checklist. So looking at things like adding author bios, adding references, improving the About Us page. But fundamentally, that era is now over. Today, trust is something different. It's measurable, it's cross-referenced, it's reinforced by user behavior. And increasingly, we're seeing that it's becoming validated outside your website. So this is a talk about what that actually means and how we can pull together almost like a trust audit to make sure that we're best placed to capitalize on that from a Google perspective. So let's start off by basically confronting some uncomfortable truths. Well, the first thing is that Google doesn't need more content. And I think for years as SEOs, we have written content, we've written blogs, we've written content for content's sake. I recently audited a client's website. They're in the garden furniture space, and they had content on it that talked about products that they don't even sell. They sell a very specific type of garden furniture. And the reason that they've done this is simply to attract traffic. But obviously that traffic wasn't relevant to them because the traffic wasn't anything to do with the products that they sold. And the truth is that content alone doesn't work anymore. because Google has evolved. And let's have a chat now about how that content evaluation works, because fundamentally you can have two pieces of content that match intent really well. And we've worked for a long time on matching intent, same structures, same depth, same keywords, but one survives core updates and one disappears. So why is this? Well, because I would argue that relevance gets you retrieved, and we can all make content relevant, but trust fundamentally determines if you stay, and more so if you perform. So Google doesn't need more content, it needs safer answers. And when that uncertainty is high, it prefers brands that feel real, where it's corroborated, it's chosen by the users repeatedly, and that's kind of the shift. So what we're saying on site now needs to be backed up by thoroughly with that EEAT offsite to rank. And I think this is especially true in your money or life spaces. But what actually is EEAT now? And I think that's a really important question, because I think for years people have said EEAT is a ranking factor. And I'd argue that it's not. There's no sort of trust score, there's no expertise dial, there's no authority slider. EEAT is essentially a quality system, and these quality systems use signals that approximate these concepts. So think of EEAT as a quality evaluation framework that influences things like ranking systems, spam systems, review systems, helpful content systems. It's almost like a lens and not a toggle. And that lens has become a lot stricter in the AI area, with trust becoming a much more central factor. And I think when it comes to talking about trust, that's an important element, because why is trust the center of this concept? Well, Google's own documentation makes that very clear. It says trust is one of the most important members of EEAT. And why is that? Because harm risk exists. So in finance, in health, in legal, particularly in your money or life websites and anything associated with it, and things like product recommendations, when stakes are high, Google doesn't want the best written answer or the longest answer or the answer that we've spent the most time optimizing on site. It wants essentially the most trusted answer. And this is basically risk management at scale. Now, what has caused this, or I think what has changed in the eyes of Google? Well, there's been three major forces that have reshaped search probably in the last 12 months. The first one is this concept of infinite content supply. So AI has completely changed the way that content is done for SEO. It's removed production constraints, and volume as a result of that no longer equals value. Secondly, spam has got more sophisticated. So things like scaled content abuse, site reputation abuse, parasite SEO. Google had to separate domain authority from section trust. Anyone can build a strong domain authority. It's no longer a metric of success, nor does it really account for things like the relevance and value of those individual links. And finally, the concept of behavioral reinforcement. So there's been a lot of talk about systems like NavBoost in recent months, in recent years, and these allow Google to learn from long-term click patterns, not just single search sessions. So it tracks things like repeated user behavior, queries, and time to understand which domains consistently satisfy that intent. Now, what this essentially means is that sustained user trust and behavioral reinforcement now influence rankings more so than those kind of just one-off relevance wins, and this reinforces what users consistently choose. And we know this because it was recently reinforced in the recent court case that we know about. So these court documents confirmed essentially that Google uses click-based signals aggregated over time. Now, this isn't a real-time ranking based on one query. It's not a permanent memory either. It's essentially like a rolling window of behavioral data. So I guess the way we'd look at it is that Google is now effectively asking across thousands of searches, which results do users consistently choose? What domains reduce reformulation? What brands satisfy intent repeatedly? And this kind of rolling behavioral memory, let's say, that we see from NavBoost allows Google to detect these patterns and not just events. And that's where it gets important, because essentially trust influences that choice. So if users feel uncertain about something, they tend to gravitate towards a brand that they recognize or perceive as credible. Choice then becomes reinforcement. And then if users repeatedly select that domain, that behavior strengthens Google's confidence in the entity. And over time, that brand familiarity and behavioral preference feeds that ranking stability. So that's kind of the trust loop. The trust drives clicks. The clicks reinforce the trust. And that reinforced trust supports sustained visibility. So there's a lot of things really that have happened in the last 12 months that have driven us more towards that. Now, historically, if you published content on a strong domain, you would naturally inherit its authority. But now Google evaluates those sections independently. So that means that if you've got different sections on a website, let's say, betting subdirectory, a comparison hub, a coupon section, and it doesn't align with the core site purpose, it doesn't automatically inherit that benefit from the domain or the trust from the domain that it has. And this is huge because this means that trust on a scale is now contextual. So when we look at trust in terms of EEAT, how does it operate and how has it evolved? Well, traditionally EEAT and the concept of quality evaluation network worked as follows. You would have the retrieval process. So, are you relevant? Google identifies, we all know kind of how this works. So Google would look at the different websites, look at things that match the query and intent well enough to be considered candidates for ranking. It then did almost like a quality scoring process. So it looks at kind of multiple signals, things like content quality, authority, trust, behavior, etc., to estimate that overall usefulness. It then sort of re-ranks it based on that deeper contextual, behavioral, and intent signals. And then it goes through to kind of assemble those in the SERP. Now, traditionally, most SEOs optimize for stage 1, which is the retrieval process. But realistically, trust plays a much heavier role in stages 2 and 3. So it's not enough to just write that kind of hyper-optimized content, which matches that retrieval side of things, that matches that intent and has, those great semantics, great topical relevance, the natural language processing, all the things that we look for in content today. If your entity or your brand fails that quality threshold, then essentially no amount of keyword matching will save you. So even if you're optimizing for the first element, which is retrieval, if you don't then have the trust that backs 2 and 3, no amount of brilliant content is going to get you ranked. And that's where we come to EEAT 2.0, because in 2.0, we have a bit of an upgrade. And when we're talking about this, we're no longer talking about these surface level trust signals. We're talking about verifiability. So in EEAT, let's say 1.0, this was all about demonstrating expertise and authority realistically on the page, so through content. But in EEAT 2.0, it's about whether those signals can be validated beyond the page, so in the wider ecosystem. So the shift is essentially we're going from retrieval, so same kind of first step of the process, through to verifiability. So verifiable identity, verifiable claims, verifiable reputation. We're not talking about things like author bios and badges and generic about us copy, because a lot of websites already have that. We're looking about things that physically can verify that information off-site. So, can Google cross-reference who you are? If you're saying things like expert-led and award-winning and trusted by thousands on the site, can that be validated externally? And can Google find that independent corroboration to understand why it should trust you in that specific sort of section? Reputation isn't any longer what you say about yourself. It's more about what the ecosystem says about you. So with all that in mind, I guess the next question is, how do you go about achieving this? And realistically, we're looking at kind of 5 trust signal clusters to build what we need for this concept of EEAT 2.0. So first off, we're looking at identity. So that's things like, those clear cross-referenceable signals that confirm who's behind the content. Provenance, so transparent evidence showing where the information, data, or expertise originates. Reputation, that's probably the one that we've all spent a lot of time working on already. So things like that independent reviews and the third-party validation, etc. Compliance. So I think this is one that a lot of people overlook, but plays a really important element. So that's demonstrable adherence to industry standards. I think this is very, very important in your money, your life. And a lot of people leave off things like industry accreditations. And even if they do have the industry accreditations, they don't regularly externally link them. So little concepts like that can go a long way to kind of boosting that compliance side of things. And then also demand. So those kind of observable user preference signals that show people are actively seeking out and returning to the brand. And that kind of ties in with the concept of nav boost and what I was talking about a little bit earlier. Now, these elements together kind of form a trust graph. And Google obviously doesn't rely on one signal, but it more kind of triangulates across many of them. So I wouldn't see trust as binary. It's more a kind of element of reinforcement. So if we look at all of those independent elements in situ, we can have a look in a little bit more detail about what that looks like. So from an identity perspective, the first thing is we really need to understand what is the entity of that particular business. So when we're looking at things like legal registration, are we registered? Do we have the appropriate accreditations? Do we have a clear leadership team? And what does that look like? Do we have consistent NAP? So that's sort of name, address, and postcode, which is obviously very popular from a local search perspective. But when people are looking for those signals externally, can they trust, and see what we're looking for? Do we have recognized profiles? So are we set up on kind of trusted sources? We work with clients in the legal sector and we try and get them listed in things like the Legal 500 directory. So those kind of externally validated ways of saying this business is very trustworthy. And then another element, obviously, is the physical presence of things. So, do you have physical stores? Do you have a way for people to be able to validate how you exist physically? From a provenance perspective, we're looking about origin. So where does that content come from? We know from reference to Google's quality rater guidelines that one of the questions it asks is, who has written the main content and what do we know about the reputation of the person that has written the main content? So we already know that provenance is a key element of Google. And I think this, again, is something that's become very important with the rise of things like fake AI experts and, people using AI to try and manipulate in that way. So this is a very important element for Google right now. And when we look at it, we're looking at things like author accountability. So, real people and real identities, rather than just author profiles on the website. Can we actually externally validate who those people are? Do they exist in the knowledge graph? Do they exist as an entity in their own right? Our editorial review systems, so things like checks, balances, and validation. At timestamps. So again, is the content that you've got on the website maintained and current, or is it something that's just kind of been published and forgotten? Because again, I think traditionally SEOs we've published a lot of blogs. We've done it, so I completely understand why. And we've left them, and we've now been left with a situation where we're having to go back through and audit that content because it's not necessarily relevant or recent anymore. And that's probably what we spend a lot of time doing now. And then methodology disclosure. So if you're doing something that's quite serious, how was this created? Where's the data come from? What process was followed? And that's kind of what builds the transparency. And I think the transparency of that builds the trust. So we know that AI content with no provenance is fragile, and AI content generally doesn't have provenance as a whole. So we need to make sure that what we're putting on the website is human accountable as well. We then look at experience. So experience, very much, it's the hardest signal to fake, because we need to show that we've lived that experience. So it's things like, showcasing original photos. So rather than stock images, real visuals and real things in situ. Data, not just cited, but also created firsthand. Testing, so showing real outcomes to things, what worked, what's failed, what's changed. I guess that's adding that personable element as well. Constraints, so the reality behind any decisions, time, budget, risk, all of those things. And then trade-offs, so, real choices often involve compromise. This is where you choose not to do what matters as well. So, and I think this is also where AI struggles. So a lot of these concepts are things that AI can't actually do. And that's why by utilizing this kind of trust metric, we're really able to showcase to Google that there are real people behind the brand. And that in itself boosts the trust element of it. In terms of auditing experience, there's a number of different ways that you can do it. So we use natural language processing auditing to look at different websites. In this example, I've done a comparison between two watch shops. And basically, I've just asked it to look at, what are the kind of key signals from a kind of experience perspective that are missing. So it talks here about Watch Shop being one of the watch retailers, using things like more experiential language, featuring things like prominent ratings and reviews, language from real customers, and providing more detailed information around warranty, servicing, and authenticity, and also publishing sort of guides and editorial content. So from an experience perspective, we can clearly see a brand that is showcasing a lot of trust and a lot of experience from that perspective, and that these kind of audits are very simple to do, but they go a long way to making sure that we're on the right page with it as well. Then reputation. So reputation is obviously a really important element, making sure that you're cited in relevant publications. And this is really where digital PR becomes critical as well, because that's a great way to get your brand in front of the right audience, both from a generic and a niche perspective. Industry bodies, so any associations with those. Conferences, again, are a really nice way to build reputation, and also research citations. So when we're talking about digital PR, this isn't just link building or link acquisition, it's actually citating something. So making sure that your brand is referenced and mentioned accordingly. I guess the biggest question I would ask from a reputation perspective is this. If your website disappeared tomorrow, would the web still confirm your expertise? Because fundamentally, if the answer to this is yes, then great. You know that external validation is there. If the answer to this question is no, then I would argue that potentially that's where we could look to make an improvement off the back of that as well. And from a reputation perspective, we don't just want to build individual reputation for the brand, we want to build author credibility as well. I've put an example here of, we work with a sleep expert for one of our clients called Hannah. She does a lot of comments with newspapers, digital PR perspective, building our expertise. And one thing that we've done is really worked to build up the external links into her author profile page so that she is also recognized by Google as an entity, as an expert. And that's worked really, really well, both in terms of allowing journalists to understand why she's an expert that they should speak to, but also to build that wider entity knowledge for the brand itself. You can also build niche credibility. So in terms of building that from a credibility perspective, in this particular instance, this is for a property client that we work with, we're focusing on digital PR in publications that are hyper relevant to that industry. So for example, Insight DIY, Roofing Today, Trade Decorator, we're focusing on building positive associations from the brand in that niche, in that specific area, to help kind of boost that visibility as well. So building that author entity, building that niche entity, and obviously building that overall brand entity is a really great way to get your reputation out there. Compliance is another element. It's not just technical anymore as well. It's about publishing intent. So Google is now also evaluating why content exists, not just what it says. And it wants to understand, there's always been a concept of thin content, but Google really wants to understand why we're publishing content and what value it's adding to the author. So if your site structure signals manipulation, you're going to build that trust debt, and those scaled low-value sections are a key risk. So, high volumes of pages created to rank, not to help, and this is defined as essentially scaled content abuse. So when we're looking at compliance from this perspective, what we really want to understand is, what are we creating content for? Does content have a real need on the website? And I think now a lot of the times what we're finding ourselves doing, kind of as I mentioned before, is actually reducing the amount of content that we have on the website to make it more relevant, more suited to the user, and a better overall answer for what Google is looking for. And that's really where this kind of compliance section comes in. We also need to look at things like brand demand. So, brand demand is hidden trust signals in action. So it's not about what you say, it's about what users are actually choosing. So looking at brand and category searches, look for users that are actively seeking you within a solution space. Looking at, direct navigational queries. This is essentially a trust shortcut. So building that brand demand is very important. This ties in with Nav Boost, that ties in with Court Case and all of those elements. Getting people to come back again and again, getting people to choose you across multiple journeys. This isn't just a discovery anymore. It's now becomes a preference. And this is more of where the trust becomes a measurable element. So if users consistently choose you, systems learn that pattern over time. And of course, preference then becomes that ranking signal. So we now have a look at it from a flywheel perspective. And essentially, this is where it all comes together. So if you're trying to build trust, you essentially want to build trust. So trust drives visibility. That gets serviced first. Visibility then creates an opportunity for selection. Users then choose what they trust most. And selection feeds those behavioral signals back in. That reinforcement then strengthens that perceived authority, and that leads to even more trust. And it's essentially a flywheel in motion. Each stage amplifies the next. It leads to kind of a compounding trust. And that's where Google really starts to understand what your entity is about. And I think in a lot of ways, this is where shortcuts plateau, because a lot of the time we see people going, right, we need some trust. Maybe we've been in a sustained period of decline and we need to build some trust up quickly. What are we going to do? We'll do something quickly. We'll do a big PR campaign, and they kind of leave it at that. And that might create a spike, but what it doesn't create is a flywheel of momentum. There's no reinforcement loop behind them. There's no consistency with that. So you can't hack this flywheel. You can't shortcut behavioral trust. You have to build it and let it compound. So it is essentially an investment over time. And we know that kind of building on the flywheel, this is where it evolves. AI overviews can compress that element, right? They decide visibility and selection in a single step. And there's no 10 blue links to compete in. You're either included or you're invisible. So the goal does shift a little bit on EEAT 2.0. You're no longer optimizing for clicks, you're optimizing to be selected. But that element of trust is very much still there in AI overviews, because from Google's perspective, and generally in LLMs, that citation eligibility it runs from trust. That trust density plays an important role. So we're no longer looking at keyword volume and keyword stuffing. We're looking at citation eligibility and trust density as key elements in that journey. So I guess we're now asking, right, so we know what we're looking for from a trust perspective, and we've identified kind of the 5 key trust elements within the matrix. So how do we go about kind of pulling this all together? So the first thing I would recommend is doing what I would call a trust audit. And this is really straightforward. You pop in those 5 elements and you just score them from 0 to 5: identity, provenance, reputation, compliance, and demand. Then you can prioritize them by risk categories. So if you've got your money or life, that's going to be the highest. Things like competitive gap, ease of verification. And this then starts to become your strategic roadmap. You then need to work out how to build the infrastructure that supports trust at scale. So not just one-off campaigns, but repeatable systems. So earning coverage, citations, and links that are genuinely relevant, not just high DR, but high alignment to your niche. And that's how you start to compound your reputation over time. But it's also how authority becomes defensible. And defensible is a big element in this because you're also defending your brand visibility. But activity alone isn't enough. You also need to track what actually matters, not just rankings and traffic, but things like citations, mentions, behavioral signals, looking at where you're being referenced, look at who is validating your expertise, are you being selected and not just seen? And that's kind of how you close the loop. So that infrastructure is where you start to build consistency, and that relevance is where you start to build trust. In terms of what to build, so if you're going to create content, build infrastructure, not just blog posts. So we want to look at things like editorial standards pages, which help to define how content is created and reviewed and make that very transparent for Google and also for readers. Expert hubs to consolidate that authority around real people. Transparent update logs, so people can see actively how that content is created and maintained. Research centers, which house your original data and insights. A methodology as well that discloses how you can add transparency, and also those policy pages which help to sort of reinforce that compliance and intent side of things. And these all go into an element of what to build when you're trying to build this kind of trust network. In terms of what to earn, so I would argue that what you earn kind of matters more than what you build, because that's where the external validation comes in terms of EEAT 2.0. So topic-specific mentions reinforce what you're known for, and you're looking at things like contextual reference, industry citations, and that really showcases within your industry that your insights are referenced and validated by the community. Association memberships, so if you're a member of an association within your industry, again, that's a really great way to show it. Speaking visibility, so you're actively contributing to something, which is great. Expert commentary is sort of fairly straightforward. And then really just kind of pushing that hyper-relevance angle, because hyper-relevance matters a lot more than raw DR. When we're looking to kind of build that association and that entity, being trusted in a relevant and hyper kind of relevant audience is very important. And then in terms of what to track, a number of things you can track here. So branded search growth is a great way to understand your visibility in this concept. Mention quality, so the quality of the mentions that you're having in the wider ecosystem. The consistency of your entity, so does Google really understand what your entity is and what you're trying to achieve with it? And again, I think that's a very important element. SERP feature visibility, so again, are you featured in AI overlays? Are you featured in different SERP contexts, and how does that reinforce your branding and your audience? And then citation presence. So, we've for years and years and years, we've really focused on links. And I think now we have to more broadly consider from a branding perspective, also, what does that mean from a citation perspective? So finally, I would say, the future of SEO is not necessarily optimization, it's verification. And one of the most important things I would leave you asking is this: can the web independently confirm our claims? That's what I always ask our clients. If yes, then perfect, you win. And I would say if no, then no amount of content will save you. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Belinda. Thanks a lot. You mentioned entity consistency. Let me switch this. And that we need to track it. How do you track it?
So we
do that.
We do it in a number of different ways. So first of all, we identify all the entities that we want to track. So we identify authors, And experts on the website, we identify kind of brands and anything that we want to be associated with. And then we'll track things like, so the example I gave from Ahrefs, we'll track kind of mentions of our author, links to our author pages, just to kind of understand the visibility of them. We'll also try and track them in things like AI overlays and just general searches when looking for expertise in the sector. So for example, we'll ask LLMs who it considers to be a mattress expert, and we'll see if our expert is cited, and if not, we'll kind of ask why, and we'll be able to build it up off the back of that. And from a brand entity perspective, again, two kind of approaches. So we'll look at visibility, we'll look at citations, we'll look at overall kind of brand score, and then we will also, again, consult LLMs to ask them what they actually think about the brand and how they see it positioned. And we'll use that as a kind of audit to understand any adjustments that we need to make.
So you are mentioning AI, and has anything changed in what you do in accordance with these AI citations in mind? So are you doing something differently? Have you started doing something absolutely new, what you have not been doing before, to get into these AI citations? I assume if you track them, then you want to be there, yeah? So do you do something very different about that?
So I would say the main thing that we've changed, not that it's something we didn't do in the past, but something we probably didn't do as much as we should have, is more of a focus on niche digital PR. So I think in the past we had, when we were building SEO campaigns, we had a more even split between kind of technical content and digital PR side of things. And we would do quite a broad reach of digital PR across nationals, and then also kind of regional, not regionals, but niche publications. Whereas now what we're doing is we're doing a far more targeted approach where we're analyzing link gaps in terms of specific niches in much more depth, and we're really hyper relevantly targeting those publications to try and make sure that we're building a very, very strong entity that's semantically linked, and essentially the AI, I think, can better understand and make the connections there. Because I think previously with Google, it looked more at the kind of overall trust, whereas AIs seem a lot more interested in that specific relevance and that hyper relevant targeting. So we're just putting a lot more of the budget into that.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Thank you so much, Amanda. It was fabulous as always. I remember a previous presentation with us during the webinar. Thank you so much again. And please stay with us.
Amanda.
We have two more talks. We have Laura next, and we have Alan after Laura, and we are going to talk about XO and community PR. So something you'd be definitely very, very interested in. Thank you, Amanda, once again.
Thank you.
Enterprise technology is full of off-the-shelf solutions that weren't built for you, leading to AI initiatives that stall, digital workflows that don't stick. Talk brings together specialist marketers and engineers who understand both the technology and your commercial reality. From AI-ready data infrastructure and CDN solutions to AI-powered SEO workflows built around how you work. If your organization is ready for a team that gets it, contact Talk today.
And welcome, Amanda.
Hiya.
I'm trying to put Amanda in another place. Yeah, here. Okay. So nice
It's
to
Laura.
see you.
Right.
Oh, Laura.
Amanda was just.
I'm sorry, I've been.
Yeah, it's a long live stream.
I'm really sorry, Laura.
That's all right.
Here's Laura. Let's start again. Here's Laura. Welcome to SEO for Pose number 5, and yeah, it's Laura in her childhood with her doll. Today, Laura is going to talk us through the Google's love language with SXO. And the presentation is amazing. I've seen it and watched it several times. By day, Laura helps Octopus Energy tame SEO, AI, and UX. And by night, she builds Searchpedia. So that's a very intense entrepreneur SEO life. And I think you can share lots of insights from what you do.
Hiya. Yeah, that's true. Can you hear me all right? Yeah, awesome. So again, don't worry about missing my name. I mean, you've been live for 3 hours and 20 minutes, if I'm not wrong. So definitely excused. You definitely need a break. But honestly, it's for a good cause, so I totally get it. So before I actually start taking you throughout my SXO presentation, I would just remind everyone who's still with us to look on the donation link over there and actually make a donation. Now, I'm not sure if yeah, you've got it. Awesome. All right, so you already did an intro for me, so I'm actually happy. I'm not going to bore anyone else in the audience with who I am, what I do, and all that. I think most of us here are doing SEO anyway, so we're in the right place. Now, are you ready? Should I press play?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, so I think we've all heard this term just around. Maybe we're not necessarily familiar with it. It's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? It's SXO. It's pretty much a combination between SEO and UX, right? So user experience and search engine optimization. But SXO traditionally is search experience optimization. The way I'm going to use it today is to sort of to share with you how I've been using it throughout the years to learn how to speak Google's love language a bit better and hopefully help you do the same. Now, I think, oh, I can, yeah, sorry. Bit of a tech knob here. I'm so sorry. So yeah, like whether you design, build or market, I think this talk is for you anyway. So even if you're not into SEO or UX today with us, I still think you should hang about because I think you'll take some really good insights from it. Now, what this whole presentation isn't about which one's better, right? SEO versus UX best practices, like which one wins or a competition or anything like that, right? It's about showing you how to speak Google's love language without needing to be an expert in both. So yeah, before we go any further, let's just remind ourselves a bit why this even matter, right? And I have a AI generated meme here, which I try to sort of like replicate the dynamic between a him and a her breaking up. I know it's a bit of a weird one, but you know the classic say, "It was not you, it's me." You know, that sort of, I suppose, American movie kind of classic line. It's kind of the same dynamic between SEOs and UX. And in my experience, it can get a bit messy if they're not acting like they're actually in a relationship, if they're actually breaking up. Because if you think about it, in the context of an actual like company, UX is like, you know, we delivered a nice layout, buttons are working absolutely fine, so my job is well done, right? I can, you know, that's me pretty much, bye. Right? Whereas SEOs are like, well, we made your page discoverable now because we have this nice layout. Now we brought the traffic, cool, job done, right? So that's it. But then what, right? So is the job really done at that stage? And we all know it's not. We all know it's way more than that, because there comes conversions, there come leads, there come responsibilities and all that, right? So it's not just the creative process behind it. We actually need to do something with it. Now, one sec. And that's the actual problem, because in a lot of companies, they are treated as separate entities. And the thing is, they are aligned on the same goal, right? In theory, they all know that, but in practice, it's not as easy to sort of unite them. And I feel everyone gets a bit shy when it comes to like collaborate in this space, because they think they're not necessarily subject matter experts. But that's the thing, you don't have to be. Not to speak Google's love language. You just need to know a couple of things and sort of apply them as best as you can. Right. The next one, that's a picture of my cat. I didn't know where to insert her organically in this presentation, so I just prompted her into here. She's a rescue, look it, but she's
cute. She's cute.
She's my life, honestly. I sound a bit desperate, I know, but she is my life. Her name is Leshy. If you're actually familiar with the Witcher universe, the game, the Wild Hunt, there are a couple of creatures that you need to slay that are called Leshies. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna get back to my presentation. So before we actually move forward, let's sort of have a look at how Google sees your page. And I've got the way I want to go about this is sort of asking you, the audience, to imagine a bit of a group chat, right? You've got your friends group chat on WhatsApp or whatever other platform, right? one of them is SEOs, some of them are UXs, and then there they are talking together in this group chat. And then there's this quiet friend that observes everything and it will give you a thumbs up from time to time, but they don't say much, right? And that, in this group chat scenario, that's Google. Like it can see what you're talking about, but it's mostly indirectly. They won't necessarily interact with what you're doing there. They obviously, they will see the HTML view, right? We all know that Google reads HTML. So the effort that a UX designer is actually putting into making this nice one in the left, the actual layout, the design view, can feel a bit, from a UX perspective, they can feel a bit left out, if you know what I mean. So that friend, the UX friend in the group chat might be a bit like, well, but if Google only sees your version, the SEO version, the dev version, what am I doing in this group chat? Like, I might as well leave. But the thing is, it's not as dramatic, right? Because at the end of the day, Google does see it indirectly. It will observe it with the right trust signals, and hopefully, again, with the right trust signals and the right interaction signals sent from the user, right? Clicking or bouncing if it's a baddie, right? They will reward or not reward this page. So UX input is so valuable at the end of the day, because that's where the interaction actually happens, doesn't it? So good. Now I'm going to try to go quite speedy, because I am aware that is the end of the day for all of us. The next view, I think you're all familiar with the screen, right? Regardless if you work in SEO or not, it's easy to get to. So if you want to have a look and play around after, is literally a case of like clicking right and inspect. So you can get to it very, very easily, right? So this in the right, the whole text, it's called a DOM. It's your document object model. In fancy terms, you don't need to remember it, but what you need to know is that's sort of where all the rendering starts happening, right? So from all this here, you'll get two processes, which are kind of the final stage of it, of how Google interacts with it and how the browser is going to show the actual layout, right? So the way everything's going to happen at this stage, it's not necessarily strictly related to UX, right? A UX designer doesn't, like a developer writes this, and SEO is going to provide the relevant tags and so on. But the thing is here, it's still very, very strictly related to UX, because, as I said, you have the render tree, right? And this normally ends with the two processes, and they're in the name. One of them is called layouting, the other one is called painting. Like, it's quite easy to associate with design, isn't it? And it's funny because it actually does strictly connect to design. They don't, so just to be clear, UX designers don't write this, right? They have nothing to do with writing this, but everything they design feeds into it, right? So structure, hierarchy, spacing, white space, all they are shaping how the browser and Google interpret the page. And in short, having these covered on both sides, right? So not just don't just dump it on the developer. So both SEO and UX putting their brains together into this is pretty much a better love story than Twilight, right? It's amazing. So let's take a closer look next on a few practical steps on how to speak Google's language with XXO, knowing all these very little technical bits, which I feel like they're very easy to understand regardless of your background, right? I didn't go into too much technicalities because we're talking design. So next one, we've got nice practical insights, right? This is how they influence each other directly. And to be fair, very easy to follow, right? We've got first on the left, you have core SEO elements influenced by UX design, and on the right, you have UX patterns that boost SEO. So rankings and all the likes that we want to achieve with good SEO, right? On the left side, we have things like navigation, site architectures, right? So creating clear menus and so on. You got your page speed and performance. This is where I say that your Figma, as a UX designer, your Figma handoff can literally, excuse the profanity, I'm gonna get back, can literally make or break your load times, right? Then you've got your mobile responsiveness, where you know that Google indexes mobile first. That's been the case for ages and ages. And the thing is, if your mobile UX is poor, and a lot of web designers nowadays, they still design desktop first, and then afterthought it will have to do with the actual mobile version. And that's the thing, if your mobile UX is poor, your rankings will reflect that, and that's proven. There's case studies about it. Feel free to have a look, right? And then accessibilities, which is things like alt text, contrast, proper heading structure, things that are very, very easy to follow with a screen reader, pretty much, right? And we all know that that's been proven again, that your rankings will reflect that. And they also give search engines more context, right? If one of the elements breaks, you've got a backup. And then you've got UX patterns that boost SEO, right? Where you've got your consistent heading hierarchy, which will help both users and search engine understand it, right? Readable typography, which is a bit underrated in this day and age, but it's pretty much, if you don't implement it right, the users can very easily bounce, which will send negative signals to Google. Click death, again, which is something that has been proven, and it's sometimes on big websites at least, there can be a lot of like waste of crawl budget into getting to the right pages, which just means Google's going to abandon it anyway. And finally, you've got engagement signals, right? Your CTA's place where you use a natural pause. This is just one example. There's so many other ones that you can implement. Cool. Next one. All right, this is this is a fun one. So this is a bit of a more let's pause and reflect kind of thing before we move to another to the last bit, right? This is the many hats theory, and this is something that I like to apply both in my personal life and in my professional life. And the thing with it, it's very, very typical to T-shaped individuals, which normally the us marketing brains that have to know a bit about everything. And obviously you specialize in your own kind of field. But the thing with this is basically the idea that one person, right, doesn't just have one role. They wear these multiple hats, depending what's needed, pretty much. And I've tried to apply this into a bit of a visualized layout. So I thought about, this is kind of something that you can do with your team as well, to sort of see where your responsibility really lie and understand a bit how things actually intersect in a workspace. And I actually invite you, if you're still around, to think about where SEO as a discipline, right, merges with the other departments, where I go through these three columns. Right, so regardless of your background, it'd be amazing to see where do you see, because technically these are all SEO responsibilities, right? But are they really? Is it just SEO? So let's see if we can actually like pinpoint a couple of other departments that could sort of like interact into this this whole layout. So in the left panel, obviously, we've got the technical ones, which are basically technical, mainly technical SEO, right? These are the invisible signals that Google checks normally, like your HTTPS, security, crawlability, robust text, sitemaps, and all that. Core Web Vitals as well. Then in the middle, this is sort of like the classic layout, is what you'd be seeing in any CMS, right? If you publish a page. The sort of like blocks you'd be fitting or you'd be creating from scratch, or regardless of your format, this is sort of the framework that you'd be following, right, when you publish a page. And then on the right panel, you have what I believe to be the most obvious, let's say, overlap of responsibilities, right? Because it's content, it's heavily on content. And I feel like these content quality signals from your editorial layer, your EEAT there, so what Amanda was talking just now, heading hierarchy, semantic keywords, and so on, they do directly impact the dwell time and your CTR. So that in change will reflect your ranking anyway, because yeah, that's the environment we are in today. Again, feel free to share this with your teams if you feel like doing like a little exercise. And yeah, just I expect a bit of feedback if you have time. Next one. I've got a bit of a nicer. Oh, there we are. Sorry, did I change it? I changed it. Yes. So here is where we're talking about best practices of SXO, right? And I like to call them a bit more like, rather than best practices, I like to refer to them as common sense. And I always say that SEO, a lot of it is about common sense, and we should just use it and a bit more without dissing on anyone. But the thing with this, I've put together 2 websites, right? So I've got one example, which is textbook UX like terror. Like this is honestly, ask any UX designer and they'll know this image of LTrack. This I don't even know how to describe this website, right? Is you can clearly see that the common sense is not necessarily used in here. So no amount of best practices, I think it can kind of, do anything to save this at this stage. However, there's a more surprising example in the next slide here, where we've got the Yale School of Art, the Yale School of Art, that's how you say Yale, yeah. So this is like a very fancy school, right? Everyone knows about Ivy League, Yale, Harvard, and all that, right? So you'd expect a bit of a different website, a bit of a different homepage rather than this. And this is a very classic example of how SXO could have saved it, right? So, and that's the thing, like, what am I experiencing from a user perspective? If I look at it, I can't even scan it. Like, it's so overstimulating that there's no focal point, there's nothing here. So you're thinking, what can I do to salvage it? And the reason why I'm showing you this right now is because we're going to discover in around 5 minutes the actual way it's being rewarded, which is very strange when you look at this homepage. So, right, I've shocked you a bit, so I'm gonna move to actually like break down the EAT, but not the way Amanda just did it, right? So not EAT 2.0, is EAT 3.0 if you like to, or 4.0, which is from an SXO perspective, right? So I'm not gonna bore you with what EAT is, right? Because you've already have the breakdown from the talk before. We all know, it's just basically what Google created, right, as official guidelines at the end of the day for your content, right? So Google can't be in the room with you when you read whatever you read on the internet, right? So there's no way of knowing if you like what you're reading. So they created these little guidelines to sort of like help content creators implement, right? Now, we have experience. We've got authority, we've got trustiness, right? We've got expertise. We've got a couple of, let's say, buzzwords now that we all know in the industry. And we all know what they mean for SEO. Now, let's have a look and see what they mean for SXO, right? So we've got experience here, which in SEO, it translates with, have you actually done this, right? In SXO, it's about making your design smooth and intuitive, right? With fast loading pages, mobile first pages, what we were talking about before, right? Which prove you understand and respect the user's time, right? Then you've got, again, your clear navigation and page hierarchy, which you can argue it's either an SEO or an UX thing, but no, it's actually SXO if you ask me. And then your interactive elements, right? Which are things that will demonstrate your hands-on knowledge. Now, the next one, you've got your expertise, right? Which, again, in SEO will translate with, do you know what you're talking about? No, that's literally it. Do you know what you're talking about in SEO? Whereas in SXO, it's making that expert content accessible, right? So it's how we're making visible, accessible, all the content that we've previously worked on, right? So that's readable layouts, that's your author bios, and design that space for credential, which gives credibility, room to shine to your authors, right? And then content modules that you create with your UX team, like your FAQs, related articles, guides, and so on. Anything that will sort of prove your expertise. Now, on the third one, where we've got the authoritativeness, I managed to say that, yes. That's honestly, I can never say that word.
What says the shy thought?
Right. Yeah, that was, anyway. This is about making connections, right? In SEO, we know what this means. It means links. let's not pretend it means something else. It means linking. Whereas in obviously in SXO is a bit more than just the process of internal linking and external linking. It's making sure that you've got everything that will prove your brand signals and your brand authority within the space of the window that you're actually creating, right? Whether there is an ad, whether there is a blog post, whether it's whatever it is, right? So you need to be mindful of actually showcasing your brand signals, which is logos, trace badges. Your styling has to be the same throughout the website and so on. And then I think the last one is the trustworthiness, all right, which is where you're making or breaking the trust. I think this is the most obvious in both cases in SXO, right? It's the most easier to kind of connect. It's about making or breaking the trust in both instances. And if you have to think about a couple of elements, they're literally the ones I've just noted here, right? You've got your contact info, you've got your policies, things that a lot of people won't necessarily read sometimes, right? Like your privacy policy, no one really cares about it, but it has to be there. I think it kind of ties up with what Amanda was saying before about compliance, right? So yeah, I think it will kind of like answer the big questions. If also, do I feel safe here? So do I trust this content, but also do I feel safe here as a user, right? And I think this could be a very big combination from technical SEO as well, from your HTTPS protocols, right, to avoiding the sketchy pop-ups and all that, and getting to even more, let's say, intricate designs and making sure that your user actually trusts you at every step. And then I've got the Core Web Vitals, so the other acronyms that we're going to be breaking down today. Again, I'm not going to bore you with a lot of it. It's actually quite easy to go through. We all know the screen, page speed insights. You can get it in different ways. You can actually go online and look for it, or you can export a Lighthouse report, right? All of us at some point, I think, were obsessed with these numbers. Not anymore. And I think we know better by now. Right. Very, very quickly what they are, and from an SXO perspective, how do they translate, and how do you actually work with your UX designer on them, right? You got your LCPs, right? So basically how fast the main content, your hero image and your headline loads. You've got your INP, your overall responsiveness to user taps, clicks, all of that. You've got your CLS, right? Your visual stability, so your image doesn't jump from space to space and all that. You get your FCP, sorry. So when the browser actually shows the first page of a bit of your content, whether it's your text, image, or both at the same time. And then TTFP, which is something more server related, which I suppose is more dev related. It's good to, no one remembers these like as they are, but it's good to kind of have them in the back of your mind and don't obsess over them. Like never obsess over them. I've seen practices where SEO experts, they would like literally export these, send them to the devs, and without priorities, without anything, any context, and saying, oh, this is a problem, let's fix it, kind of thing. And it can prove a bit of a waste of resource, to be fair. Right. Page speed matter, right? I mean, we've kind of decided that already. It matters a lot, but remember me? Remember, yes, Look at the score. Amazing, isn't it? Like 90, 90, 100, 100. That's, I mean, in theory, that looks amazing, doesn't it? But does it really? I mean, I'm not going to break down what's wrong with this page again. I please feel free to like write in the chat or talk to your UX designer about it, because it's going to be a field day. But I think we can all agree that this isn't it, right? And this score is pretty much the proof that, you know what, let's not obsess over it. Let's just not. Moving on, I've got a very nice SXO quick checklist, which I'm actually going to leave with you today. I'm not going to talk about it because, to be fair, I don't think it's that interesting to sort of like break it down. It's literally my workflow. And I feel like if you actually like save it, it'll help you kind of get into a sort of mindset when you start creating pages or websites. It's a good, I wouldn't say it's best practice, is what works for me. And it has been worked in the past. It is working currently. So if it ever changes, I'll be the first to tell you, right? And then last, I've got resources behind this talk. I've got a couple of books that are worth reading, and then some light reading, if you want to call it light reading. These are free resources on the internet, so you can literally just go and read about it. And then that's me. Thank you.
Thank you. And here's where you can contact Laura and follow her and what she does, because she does amazing things and you want to see them. Thank you, Laura, once again for her presentation. Just one small question. Where are you? I lost you. It's again. Yeah, sorry. when you are deciding, so sometimes when you are talking about the client about UX, they say just give me rankings, and as soon as you give them rankings, they tell us this is not beautiful. This doesn't, because they want to show to their friends and all these kind of things, and they say, but we want a better website. So how do you find this balance when you are talking with someone else about that? What do you do?
To be fair, I set expectation from the get-go. I never start a new project without a proper audit previously, so I've never really encountered this. But I feel like if someone would come to me and have realistic an expectation about a website's ranking, I'd be like, let's break it down. Let's break it down. Okay. I'm a very no bullshit approach person. Like I'm not gonna sell something that's not there kind of thing just to like make someone, pay me more or nah, that's not me. So I feel like if the rankings aren't there and we know the reason behind it, and the reason behind it is a bad UX, I mean, you don't need an SEO. You need a full design of your website before you have any pretensions of ranking. So yeah, just manage expectations, to be fair.
How do you audit UX? It's something like a black box for me. So how do you do that? What do you
I like,
check?
oh, sorry. So I like to use two. I got two tools. I've got a Mindframe tool that I normally use, which is Miro, where I start my journey kind of thing, and I break down the architecture of the website from a technical point, and then obviously from an SEO perspective. I'm also looking on Figma, which I sometimes I do have a bit of a background in it, so it's a bit easier to me to kind of like start designing my own things and see where the gaps are. And I normally do this after actually doing a competitor research and see how their other pages are actually like performing. So if they've got like direct competitors, I like to see what they're doing and sort of see if there's anything that I can kind of bring over or remove, from the client. So yeah, it's a bit of a personalized approach. It's not something that it's not like step 1, step 2, step 3, but that's what I start with 100%. Comparative research and actually breaking down the website myself.
And that works for smaller websites as well for the very big websites, like 1
Both.
million pages. You do the same.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely the same. The thing is, with bigger websites, I have had the chance so far to actually work directly with UX designers and devs, and I speak both languages because I have background in both. So yeah, it's been proven quite not easy, but easier for me than I can see. If you don't have the resources to kind of do it and just have to do it yourself. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Laura. It was
Alright.
amazing. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. Please stay with us because we've got one more amazing speaker. You want
Whoop,
to
whoop.
hear her. I bet you've never done, like most of you have never done what she does, and you'll get lots of from hearing for her. Also, don't forget to donate if you wish. If you wish, if you don't wish, don't donate. But please share because you are getting some knowledge. Share with your friends. Share with your colleagues. Maybe they would like to donate. Who knows? Let's hope.
SERPs are more competitive than ever. AI tools like ChatGPT are changing how people discover businesses like yours. At ZipSprout, we're on it. We connect your brand with trusted local nonprofits through real lasting partnerships. You support beloved community organizations. They feature your brand on their websites and include a backlink to a target page. Support a cause. Grow your visibility.
And we have Alan. Alan, I'm very happy to see you. I think that your topic is very, very rare, and I think that people will be really listening. And a few words about Alan. Alan is the Client Success and Growth Manager at ZipSprout, and she's also a research-driven local SEO nerd with over 12 years of experience in marketing and business development, and a background in applied statistics and data analysis. Yeah, it's Doc. Can you tell us about your dog?
Yes, we have three. So we have three dogs, Ranger on the left and Winnie on the right. And that's my old lady, Nova. She's about 17. So all rescues.
Oh, well. So today, Alan will be talking about building local trust and AI visibility through community PR. And let's go forward.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'm excited to be here and talk about this. This is something that I have seen for a long time, but not a lot of people have been talking about. And it's really become more of a hot topic recently. And I actually was talking to a client yesterday that said they started noticing this, where it's this shift from more traditional SEO, which is like clicks, traffic, website authority, to real world community presence. And so that's part of the reason why we're working with them. So conveniently, actually, ZipSprout's been doing this for a long time. We hit 10 years in January. And what's been cool about what we do and being so niche and doing it for a long period of time is we have a uniquely relevant experience and perspective on how local SEO has been evolving. And we've been able to see firsthand the influence of local sponsorship links, which is that community PR. I've been, getting lots of emails actually lately now that are saying, here's how to become visible in AI, and here's how to really make sure that they're putting you up as a recommendation. But I haven't seen a lot of people talking about, kind of like you mentioned, the sponsorship aspect, the local, really deep community engagements that drive the trust that AI is looking for. So community PR is, I think, the perfect term for it. And we're referring to the community involvement through supporting local causes and organizations. So, like I mentioned, we've been doing this for 10 years now, and in that time, we have helped facilitate over 9.7 million sponsorship dollars to organizations around the country, and that's on behalf of all the businesses, the clients that we've been working with. And we've built this database with tens of thousands of opportunities. So this is what we've been watching over the last 10 years of, as far as the effect of these sponsorship links and their impact on the businesses. Plus, it's been really cool to trying to get the team to get to 10 million. So I don't think it's necessarily new that it's harder for local businesses to stay visible. But with search being crowded with things like AI overviews and map pack results ads, things like that, the users are starting in those AI overviews and tools, and they're not clicking on websites like they used to. And these tools are relying on a different set of criteria. So it's local signals, which is not generic content, not links that really don't make sense. So AI specifically is looking for, if a business has a link on a website, does that make sense? Not just that it's a link or that they're everywhere. Does it make sense geographically? Does it make sense with the type of link it is and where it's located and what website it's on? So if the businesses are not showing up where AI is looking, then you're losing that lead. I am still the kind of person where I like to go to a website. So it was kind of funny for me to see this shift where people are just not clicking on websites as much anymore. But it kind of makes sense because in my experience, people tend to choose the path of least resistance. They want really fast, really quick answers, and they want those answers to be kind of upfront in their face so they don't have to do a whole bunch of searching for it. And Google's done actually a really good job of catering to that by providing those answers directly in the AI overviews. But it's cutting out the need to actually visit a website, or at least it's creating that impression. So if a business is then lacking those sufficient contextual and entity level signals, it is less likely to be surfaced in AI, in the summaries or in the responses. It doesn't mean that it's ignoring them, but when the signals stay weak, then it just may not see them. It may not have enough trust in that business to surface them and to compile them in those recommendations. So the good news for local businesses is they have a unique advantage simply by being local, simply by having that geographical relevance. I will talk about that in just a minute, but I want to highlight what we've seen, the reason behind why most link building fails, especially at the local level. So I hear this all the time, and my team member today was talking about this morning. that many people assume that having like high domain authority, they rank high, and having really high traffic is going to be a significant impact on business visibility. And there's not really evidence to prove this. And Google's said before that DADR is not a ranking factor. Vendors might know this, and they're still charging really high premiums for high traffic, high domain authority websites. And they're easy links. They're really easy. They're quick to get. You can get hundreds of them, in a couple of hours. But they're not relevant, and they're doing a disservice for a business because you're getting these links that are not doing anything for the business. It's not going to surface them as well in search engines, and AI is not using them, really. So I think overall the point here is now more than ever, it's really vital to be intentional with link building and focusing on what AI actually wants to see and is using to build that trust. So this is where the local sponsorships come into play, and this is what we've been doing for the last decade. So they're taking the concept of link building and applying it in a much more practical way that impacts the businesses and has the added bonus of supporting organizations, which is just kind of like a win-win there. Sometimes we get from organizations, what is the catch here? What do we have to do? It's like, nothing. This is to help support you, and it's helping our client with their visibility, and it makes sense to them. So we do know that sponsorships impact the visibility, but we were also wondering if businesses had made that connection. So last year, I ran a survey study and published a research report on it. And I just asked businesses directly, why do you motivate, or what motivates you to sponsor local organizations? So some of the things we saw made sense, like 94% rated community impact as their highest motivator. Closely behind that was having common values with the organization. And the businesses did say that online visibility matters, but only 24% of them said it was extremely motivating. So to me, that says they don't fully understand the connection there between the sponsorship and specifically online visibility and what that sponsorship can do for them. The other thing was the volume of sponsorship. So most businesses might be supporting 1 to 10 organizations a year, but where we started to really see the impact and where we started to see, strong, higher volume, strong impact there was in the higher volume. So 83% of those businesses that were sponsoring 10 or more organizations said they saw that strong or major impact on visibility. And that was really a small sample size, but I think that potential trend is promising and something I want to look into more. The other thing that kind of stood out was these sponsorships are really easy to find. Businesses were getting asked more than twice a year, for the most part, to sponsor. Organizations are reaching out to businesses in their community, so they're not hard to find. And they're falling around that $500 or less per sponsorship. And because you need fewer of them than you would in other types of link building, then that actually ends up being pretty cost effective. So if they're easy to find and they're affordable, why aren't more businesses doing it? And they might, kind of goes back to where they might see the benefit to the organization, where they're supporting a local nonprofit or a local event, and they might see the benefit in being visible in person where they go to an event or where they are, talking with the organization and meeting people. But that digital representation aspect is what's being missed. So even though the survey did show that businesses care about that online visibility, they're not treating sponsorships as a primary lever for it. All right, so where does AI factor into all of this? This has really been the interesting part to watch evolve, even over the last year, and especially in the local space, because LLMs don't have access or direct access to traditional SEO metrics, right? So they don't see things like domain authority, rankings, they don't see traffic. And while they can make inferences from how Google has historically treated different kinds of search queries and content, they don't have a way to directly access those hard numbers that we really have been relying on for a long time. And what happens is AI is narrowing down that field before the click, like I mentioned earlier. which is raising the value of those signals that show a business belongs in a place, it serves a real community, and is already being mentioned in local contexts that are trusted by AI. And community links, the sponsorship links, really do that better than generic placements. So they're building local relevance, they're reinforcing trust, and it's giving those brands a stronger chance to surface when AI is compiling local recommendations. So a small number of strong and locally relevant mentions can matter more than a lot of really high authority links that have no geographic or community connection. Then this is why a little earlier when I mentioned that local businesses have a unique opportunity here. Being physically located in an area where you're building links is going to send really strong trust signals simply from being local. This is also why when I talk to clients, whether it's an agency or it's a business, and they're unsure of which target page to use, I always suggest starting with a location-specific page. So one that has city, state in the URL, and that's going to help tie in to what AI is looking for. So I also want to say, because we talk a lot about local, that doesn't mean that enterprise level and larger businesses can't benefit from local sponsorships, especially if they're outside of where they're based or where their corporate headquarters is. It's just that the volume might need to be higher and they might need to be more intentional with that link building. And they also might need to focus more on the topical relevance as well to kind of tie that in. Okay, so I have talked a lot about community trust. I've talked about AI trust. So what does that actually look like? So these signals are coming from real organizations, real places, real community participation. So that can look like sponsorships, sponsorship pages on a nonprofit website or on a school website, or events, or maybe a little league team and neighborhood organizations, things like that. What's important is that the mention or the placement or the acknowledgement there is tied to a specific geography, audience, or a cause that the business can credibly support. So like I said, AI wants to see that a business that is on an organization's website, that it makes sense that they're there, that it logically connects them, whether that, and they use geography, location primarily as that driver. It's also clear online connections linked in a way AI can read, including how sponsorships are represented on the business's website. So what that means is businesses should be posting their partnerships on their website too. They should have a section on their website that says, here's where we're active in the community, and include the organization's full name, a link to their site, and a short description, because that's going to tie that back in and create that stronger back and forth connection. I think that might even be especially helpful at enterprise level, excuse me, because they are focused on a wider search area. So then also repeated presence across relevant community sites over time. So is your address correct on your website everywhere it is? Is it consistent? And is your city state close to or in the same city state that you're sponsoring, right, of the organization? Okay. So now this is kind of where it all comes together. It's how do you actually find the sponsorship opportunities? So first, what you want to do is pick a product or service page. And like I mentioned, if you have a page or if the business has a page that has a city and state in the URL, that is ideal. And this is going to be used to measure impact, because you want to take a baseline reading and then check again at maybe 3 months, 6 months, 12 months down the road. And that way you can compare and see where you started and where you ended up. Then you could just search online for nonprofits. So you could go to Google and say nonprofit organizations in city, state. Or you can ask AI, can you send me a list of nonprofits and their websites that have sponsors on their page? Once you have that list narrowed down, this is what's going to take the longest. So bear with me on this one, because I know it's going to sound like a lot, but it is totally pays off. So you want to send a personalized message, email, if you reach out to them on social media or however you reach out to them. You want to send a personalized one to every single organization you reach out to. This is what we do. We actually reach out and email or call or both every single organization that we get in touch with. And this is, I wrote an article a few years ago, I don't remember exactly when, but about the human connection still being really important. And that is going to be very, very true with these nonprofits because they are usually just volunteer run organizations. They might have 1, 2, 3 people max. And so when you take the time to call them, to talk to them, or even go to their location, then that's going to stand out. They're going to know you're really serious about building that relationship. That's also why it's important to be patient with these because it might take 2 weeks to get in touch with them and get everything finalized and move forward. You might have to do a lot more hand holding because they may not know what you mean by, can I have a sponsorship placement, right? So even if they don't have sponsorships on their website, you can talk to them. A lot of them are willing to add that, especially when you say, hey, we will donate X amount of dollars if we can also have acknowledgement on your website. They're like, I never thought of that. So then they add a sponsorship page. Then what you want to do is check for different things with that sponsorship to make sure that you're really getting the most out of it for the visibility. So make sure that your, whatever the target page is directly on the organization's website. So not like a PDF, a third-party subdomains, evently.com or something like that. It needs to go directly on the nonprofit's website. You also want to make sure that it can stay there for at least 12 months. And most of them are going to stay longer because they don't have either the resources or they know how to put it up, they don't know how to take it down. So a lot of them are going to stay there for much longer than 12 months. And the other thing, my team member mentioned this actually this morning as well. Check the address on the website as well, because if an organization has an event in Los Angeles and that's where the business is based, but the nonprofit on their website says Raleigh, North Carolina, that's not going to give you that California relevance that you're looking for. Also, anchor text is something that comes up a lot. And we've kind of gone back and forth on how much does this impact the sponsorship and the visibility, but it helps build topical relevance. And it also adds that kind of much needed context for AI visibility. So especially if they can add like a description. So if they have, this is what this business does, has the anchor text that is specifically linked to the business's name, then that's even better. And it's going to help surface the business for queries that involve those services. And then the last thing is track and expand. So tracking, I think this is the thing I might get asked probably the most is how do we actually know this is working? So before this shift in AI, I was tracking sponsorship impact by comparing target URL, keyword ranking, and analyzing their local backlink gap over time. There's a case study on our website that goes over one of these, and we saw that local rankings improved, new keywords were captured, and pages that were underperforming actually moved up into like positions 1 to 10. So that was really cool to see, but that didn't really tell us much about AI. So I did a good bit of digging into this. And with the shift in local SEO to focus on the location relevance and considering how AI is surfacing businesses, there's 3 ways that I want to just mention to track impact based on geographical signals. So the first one is queries and impressions over time in Google Search Console, then map pack impressions, and then any new location queries, which is one of the strongest signals. So if these are going up, then it's working, especially for the AI visibility. So sometimes when I talk to a business, I say sponsorship placement, and they say, what does that mean? So I want to show you some examples to kind of take that abstract concept and make it more realistic. So this is an example of a sponsorship placement, and they vary pretty drastically between the different types of organizations and what that might look like. But it could just be as simple as this, where it's just a running banner of logo that's hyperlinked. Here's a couple more examples. So this one, now we do have here on the side, we have the authority scores and the traffic and things like that. So you'll notice that even if that's not something you're focusing on or monitoring, a lot of these nonprofits, just by being nonprofit, are going to have pretty good authority. Something also somebody asked me today as well was, what about .com versus .org versus .gov? So .gov, you're not going to find a lot of those because with government websites, they can't always do sponsorship placements unless I have seen them, like it's an event, like a Parks and Rec event. But .org is probably going to give you better results. It's just finding them in that don't have, tens of thousands of dollars per placement. Here's another example. You can see they're very, very similar. So they have the logo, they're linked with the website, and they are just placed directly on that organization's website. And then this one's an example of the anchor text. So sometimes you have to explain to the nonprofit you're talking to what you mean by that, because anchor text to them, that's totally going to go over their heads for the most part. So having the logo, which could be linked with the website, but underneath it, having the business name that's hyperlinked, that's the key there. Okay. So that was a lot of information. Yeah. So just to kind of go back over this, clicks, traffic, website authority are not telling the full story anymore about visibility. Businesses are missing out on that visibility from sponsorships because they haven't fully made that connection. Sponsorships, though, are easy to find, they're affordable, and they are creating stronger trust for AI visibility. Remember to keep these sponsorship conversations really personal and be patient with the organizations. And then things that signal link impact, queries and impressions over time, map pack impressions, and new location queries. So before kind of go into any questions, we want to hear from all of you. So we'd love to also be able to donate more to SEO charity while also learning about how SEOs are thinking about community links and AI visibility and what you've noticed is changing in search. So if you would be willing to have a 30-minute conversation, we'll donate $50 for each of the first 10 conversations. If you're interested, you can email me, ellen@zipsprout.com. And then we have our faces here. Yes. So if you have questions, or if you would like to talk more about this, or just even learn more about what we do at ZipSprout and Citation Labs, you can contact me or Garrett or James.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
it's fantastic. Absolutely. Just a few more seconds for the slide to be photoed or whatever. And I still have a question about the anchor text. From what I've seen, usually they place only logos. So that's not enough, yeah? In that case, doesn't alternative text for the image serve the anchor text, no? Or do you think that you said that it's important to place under the image as well?
So anchor text is fantastic, even if there's no logo available. Alt text on the image, yes, but it's just not as strong of a signal for AI.
For AI, yeah, true. Mm-hmm. So you recommend placing another link under the image as well, yes? And linking from there.
I think one is probably fine if it's on the same domain. So having it could be the logo. A lot of times organizations will just link everything because they don't know what you're talking about. So if it has the logo that's not hyperlinked, if it's the anchor text that is, that's great. If it's just the logo that's linked, that also works.
You also mentioned that we can link to the service pages or inner pages, not necessarily the home page. What usually people do, link to the home page and forget. But we can. But which anchor text do we then use? Do we use also the name of the organization, or should we somehow diversify? Do we diversify it, and the products sometimes have the exact match with some keyword? Can it be harmful? How to do that properly?
Yeah. So having, I've seen a lot of different types of target pages used. I suggest location because I know that the location relevance is going to be really key there. But if you have, so-and-so-business.com / air conditioning repair, that also is really great because it's still tying in that it makes sense. I think what's important there is that on your website where you're showing up on the internet, that your address, your location is consistent, then any type of link is going to work. Homepage links work. I wouldn't say don't use them, but if you want to get the most out of that placement, I just suggest doing the location page.
And how many do I need such links to really have the results?
Yeah. So 3 to 5, I'd say. Start with 3 to 5 and see how it goes, and then you can expand from there. With the link building for local sponsorships, the quality is going to outweigh the quantity. So quality and relevance. So even a single sponsorship link from a locally relevant organization is going to have an impact because it's going to validate that the business is in that location. It's going to validate that the business exists, and it's going to build that trust signal.
And do I, again, back to anchors, do I build
Mhm.
like five links? Do I have the same anchors from each of them, or should I diversify? Should I have absolutely each anchor different from each other?
So that's getting very niche in there. And I hate saying I don't exactly know. I don't exactly know. But what I think is probably the safest bet there is just to anchor the name of the business and make sure that that's consistent. Or if you have, so and so AC repair dash Raleigh, North Carolina, that can help as well. But I think probably keeping it consistent because AI tends to really, really like consistent, similar, the very same thing, because that's going to help build in its mind what that business is and that it's the same business.
There are only 5 links I'm building. I can safely build them like in one go, right? So there's
Oh
no
yeah,
need to place the one now, one in 2 weeks.
right. This somebody asked me this yesterday, and yeah, I think absolutely. I've never seen it be an issue at the local level with sponsorships, especially because it makes sense, right? So a business in Atlanta, Georgia, that's sponsoring, and the Atlanta Humane Society, to Google, to AI, to anybody out there looking at it, that makes sense. It's organic. It is something that a business would naturally do. So if you go around and you support all these different organizations, then those still make sense.
And so I start building them. So I place all 5 in one day, for example. And how long does it take me to like finally rank for what I want? See
So
results.
yeah, in like with most things in SEO, it is going to take time, but 3 months I think is probably a safe number there. And you can probably help speed that up by doing things like posting to your social media, the partnership, or adding the organizations to your website, like I talked about, and just generally being engaged with them online. That's going to build those signals a little faster. Some of them can show up in as early as like 4 to 6 weeks, but I always just say 3 months is a safe number to see not just that it's moving, but that it's moving up and staying consistent.
Yeah, but I guess it depends on the competition as well. If you pizza in the middle of New York, it's one thing. If you pizza in the middle of nowhere, it's another thing.
That's true. I still think
Also,
that, yeah, it's the 3 months, I think, is still a good number then. Let's stick with that. Now 4 to 6 weeks, ignore that.
okay, do I place any tags additional with them? Do I place titles? Do I place no follow? Do I place sponsored? Do I need to care about that? Or can I just go like the followed link and that's it?
So in the traditional sense, if a link has a no follow tag, it's basically invisible. But in AI visibility, that's not necessarily true. So because these LLMs are not crawling pages in a traditional sense, the no follow links are not the roadblock that they have been. And placements with that no follow tag can still build long-term AI trust and local brand visibility. And having a healthy backlink profile anyway is going to have a variety of links. So, but no follow links can still help with entity recognition and building context and local relevant signals, which is that trust. The sponsored tags are a little different because they can help AI actually categorize the business and consider it a pretty high trust signal. So those are not things that I would just totally avoid, but that's it's not going to disqualify it from helping with AI visibility.
What we don't do on SEO Charity, I think we don't place no follow links to our
We
sponsors.
don't
We
either.
have
So
because we like think that it's not that they pay for the backlink. They don't pay for the backlinks.
right.
They donate for the charity. So like, and we place the links even without asking them. So
Yeah, we
assume
we don't sell links, and
we don't
nobody
sell links.
buy
Yeah,
links
it's
from
not
us.
something you can buy. So we assume that we don't need to play Snowfall.
Right.
I was wondering if we are doing right or doing wrong.
Yeah, and as long as that's what's kind of cool about the sponsorship links is it is donating to the organization, and it's an acknowledgement, and it's not an advertisement. It's being acknowledged for your contribution to an organization that also happens to help build local trust.
That's true. Okay, thank you so much, Helen. It
Yeah,
was
absolutely.
wonderful to listen to you. I've never heard about this link building method before. I might have heard, but not in such a detail, and have never seen the methodology itself. So I think it's super useful, and I'm very happy we finish with this kind of presentation, which is useful for all of us. Thank you once again. Thank you for everyone who watched. Thank you for everyone who donated. Thank you for everyone who shared. Thank you for everyone that you are here. Every eyeball helps. Every person helps. Every vibe helps. So thank you so much for tuning in, for helping us today, for listening, for commenting. Thank you so much, Jenny, in comments. Thank you so much for everyone. Thank you so much, Anton, for organizing this. And bye.
Thank you, everyone.